ASMR whispers for the folks online, so hopefully I don't scare you. But I probably still scared some of you because you weren't ready. All right, our captioner's ready, just waiting for our interpreters. Oh, where's my notebook with all of my stuff I have to say? Because I have the memory of a goldfish. Oh, by the way, we have a talk on ADHD today. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Game Accessibility Conference. I hope y'all had an amazing evening. All right, so we do have both new folks in person today as well as online. So I'm going to start with a rehash of some of the logistics about the event so that everyone is in the know. So first off, if you are watching remotely, the primary way to watch this is on the Zoom webinar, which has the best of the accessibility options and customization. So we recommend checking it out there. We do have a live stream to YouTube as a backup if for some reason you're unable to access the Zoom, or in case you're missing any of the sessions live and you want to go back and rewind before we have the separate videos up on YouTube, you will be able to do that. Of course, we do all of our networking and all of our speaker Q&A in the official Discord, which you would have got a link to when you registered. So, of course, we have a talk for each, we have a channel for each talk, and we ask that you keep everything relevant to that specific channel. Try to stay on topic, but of course, we all know that this is a friendly group and we go off topic pretty easily with things we want to share, which is why we have all of the extra channels such as So Is Your Threads. I'll post a picture of my shoes in there later. They are bright green stream. I know you can't see them, but I'm very excited, so I'll post my shoes. The Show Us Your Pets, which I always love. Of course, food, and even job openings. So yesterday in Ian Hamilton's talk, the news update, he talked about a new up-and-coming role from Scopely. That role is officially now live. So if you are interested in checking that out, it has been put in the open roles position in Discord. So if you are interested, please check that out. I know that Scopely was kind of rushing to get that job up and posted so that we could explicitly share that it had been posted at the conference. So thanks to that team for doing a little rush over there. Of course, if you need anything, we have staff both in the Discord who are marked with the staff moderator tag, or in person if you need any assistance. That'll be the folks who have the black badge or sitting at the front desk. A few updates for the people here in person. We had a little bit of logistics issues with our quiet room yesterday, which have been resolved. So our quiet room has been relocated. So if you go all the way down this hall, basically you would go left and that's where the food was set up. Instead, if you go right, there's a door and a room right there. That is going to be our quiet room for today if you need it. We are also working on setting up a table that we had not realized that we didn't set up yesterday for all of the business cards, pins, stickers, anything that you want to share. That is literally getting set up right now, so you will have that available by the first break. Of course, we also have a dedicated URL for our captions. So whether you are at home or online, or here in the room and you would like to have the captions on your personal laptop, that has been posted in the announcements channel on Discord if you would like to take a look. And then, of course, again, kicking off the start of the day, all of this is paid for with our sponsors. It takes a lot of effort and money to secure a place to get our amazing interpreter staff, our captioning staff, our amazing AV tech. And so, again, I just want to start off the day with a round of thank you to the sponsors of our gold sponsors of Sony Interactive Entertainment and Xbox, our silver sponsors, Riot Games, Rockstar, Netflix, and Ubisoft, and our bronze sponsors of Electronic Arts, Player Research, Reed Speaker, Shara, Bungie, and Scopely. Now, we're going to be kicking off with a talk that for me is really fun. I love it when people do themed talks, and I especially love it when they do seasonally appropriate themed talks. So, what are the mystic arts of creating an accessible game? And how can you see into your future to make it come true? Well, we're actually going to hear from the folks over at Easy Surf about this right now and how you can see into your future and develop an accessible game.
Hello, and welcome to Sing Into Your Future, creating an accessible game for later today with Sean Bright, myself, Britai, and Arevia. So the overview of this talk is going to be a deep dive intro into a specific part of Lemonade Games' Mystiques called the Dioramas. Then we will launch into my segment, which will be the Easy Surf backend perspective, where we get to look at the
Sorry, folks, we're just giving a second to get our captioner back online. There we go. Okay, thank you.
UX teams stuff, the processes, and the organization of all the information. And then Arevia is going to talk about the process from the consultant's perspective. And then Sean's going to talk about the process from a developer's perspective. So, hope you enjoy.
Hello, everyone. How are we going? I know you can't answer me right now because I'm in Australia on a different day than you, but I'm going to ask it anyway. My name is Sean Bright. I'm a game designer from Australia. I'm a white male in my incredibly early 30s. I turned 30 last month, so I'm holding on to that with a vice-like grip. I've got dark hair and a beard. Basically, if you imagine a white guy with a beard, that's me. I'm wearing a green t-shirt at the moment that says "Take Care" on it because I want all of you to be taking care of yourselves, both at this conference and wherever you're watching from in the world. And yeah, like I said, I'm presenting from my home office in Australia, sunny old Melbourne. I'm currently working on Mystique's Haunted Antiques at our company Lemonade Games, which is what we're kind of going to be talking to you today about. The talk itself that we're doing with myself, Britt, and Arevia is called Sing Into Your Future, Developing an Accessible Game for Later Today. We're basically going to be covering how we've been working to implement a accessibility strategy from the beginning of development, which started about 2 years ago, to the end of the game, which is in the future. Who knows when? We'll see. So let's dive straight into it. Who am I? Like I said, my name is Sean. I've been working in the games industry for almost 10 years over here in Australia. I've worked across multiple companies on mobile, console, and PC games. So I've been a designer on Mystiques for about 2 years now. It was originally my sort of background that was the idea for it, antiquing. I did that before I was studying at uni for games. And I spoke to Ali, our director, every day for about a year while we were working together. And I just subtly mentioned that I used to do it, and she commented to that, and we sort of spanned this idea up 2 years ago, which is crazy now. So I've been working on it ever since. So that's me. But let's go into Mystiques. So Mystiques, Haunted Antiques. What even is that? Mystiques is a game about the 3 worst women you've ever met, running a failing antique store. And yes, it is haunted. You play as Gem, who's a Gemini. We didn't mean that. Gem came before the Gemini. We decided after the fact, but it works perfectly. We'll take it. Who has recently discovered her ability to commune with the dead, leading her to unravel stories and make some of that sweet, sweet cash. Mystiques is an adventure game that features detective mechanics to search through people's stuff and hunt for expensive antiques. As well as it also has decoration mechanics to make the shop and gem look absolutely fabulous. So decoration and also like dressing mechanics too. You control gem throughout the game on mouse and keyboard and controller at the moment. And so with Mystiques, it's a big game, and we've been working with EasySurf to implement accessibility through the dev cycle from beginning to end is the ideal sort of situation. Instead of we're trying to avoid the classic trope of adding accessibility at the end of the game as sort of like a plugin, and that always sort of fails, I guess. In my eyes, it kind of does the worst of both worlds for the devs. For myself, I've done it a few times, had to plug it in right at the end, and it just sort of grinds up against all of the design decisions that you've made up until that point. So that's the sort of blocker. And for the disabled folks, sorry, like they get the worst of it because the systems that we implement aren't fully fleshed out, or they're just not great. So the idea to fix that we're trying to counteract is getting EasySurf, who we're working with, who Britt and Arevia work for, involved as early as possible in the design process. So getting them involved in across every single system throughout the game, and finding out where in fact we could bolster it or tweak it a little bit to make it better for as a wider range of audience as we possibly can. And that's sort of where we're at the moment. We're about 6 months into, a little bit over 6 months into working with EasySurf, and so far it's been an absolute delight, and I'll go into that a bit later. At the moment, Mystiques, I should shout this out as well, is in sort of pre-alpha. We're still prototyping. We've made a complete demo, a prototype, but we are currently looking for a publisher. So if you know any, hit me up. For this talk, I really want to focus in and hone our focus in onto just one system. Just in the interest of time, we've got half an hour. So that system is the Diorama system. So throughout the game, the player interacts with a whole heap of antiques by picking them up. When they're picked up, they're put into sort of a void view in front of them where they can manipulate and move them around and look for tiny little details that might, same as if you're like op shopping or something and you pick up a vase and you see like a watermark on the bottom or something like that. You can then find a brand and then know how expensive or cheap that thing would be. So we have the same sort of system here. Which is, like I say, you can click on these things called dioramas. And that's the system we're going to be talking about today, is the diorama system. And so the diorama system was sort of concocted to fix the old trope of pixel hunting in point-and-click games. So we knew that as a game, we were going to have like a lot of objects to cycle through, and the player would want to look at a lot of objects, which is like it's the core of the game. It's the detective element of the game. And so to fix the pixel hunting aspect of that, we developed this idea of a diorama. So the diorama is a collection of items within one big sort of object. Right now on the screen, there is a sort of sideboard, a side table with a record player on it, with speakers for the record player sitting on the top, a record next to the record player on display, and a pair of headphones on the sitting on the right-hand side of the record player. So this is an example of the diorama. So within this diorama, there are several different inspectable objects. So you can manipulate the diorama, you can turn it, you can pan it, you can zoom in on it, and you can look at all of these separate objects. And then when you click on those objects, you then go into the second GIF that's on the screen. In this GIF, we've clicked on the record player, and the record player sort of takes up the space that the diorama used to take up, and you can then zoom into the details on the record player. So it's like a diorama within a diorama almost, which is confusing. But that's sort of the system we're going to be talking about. To give a TLDR, it's the system that the players can use and interact with to see every item within the game. And it's, like I say, it's to fight against that pixel hunting element of point-and-click adventures. So there won't be everything in the world to inspect forever. It's going to be like isolated into a few different dioramas throughout a level. So as to I guess focus in players' energy on hunting within a small space instead of a large sprawling space that can feel a bit tiring and a bit boring even. Later on, I'll go over how we initially implemented the diorama system, and then how we've implemented EasySurf's feedback on the system throughout development. Instead of plugging the accessibility in at the back end of it, how we've sort of pitched this system to EasySurf, and we did several rounds of consulting, and we've tweaked it as we've built the game. So I'm going to hand over to Britt, who's going to talk to you more about what EasySurf's sort of role in this process is. Over to you, Britt.
Hi, my name is Britt Dye. I'm the Game Accessibility Lead at EasySurf. I'm a white woman in her mid-30s with curly brown hair wearing a black shirt. EasySurf is a disability-led accessibility consulting company that started in the web and now we're in games. We work with a variety of consultants with all kinds of disabilities. In the games division, we use focus groups, playtests, consulting sessions, and webinars to work with the developers and give them feedback on their games. While working with Lemonade Games Mystiques, we have done 2 rounds of focus groups so far, so that's going to be the main focus for my section of this talk. So during the first round, we had 3 focus groups that we filmed. The first one being blind and low vision players, then deaf and hard of hearing players, and then players with a variety of disabilities, everything from mobility to vision to cognitive disabilities. So after we film the focus groups, we take those videos, the UX team does, and we pick apart all of the nuggets of information, all of the barriers that our consultants came across or they couldn't play the game, so it was information about barriers they could conceive of happening during a playthrough. We put that into a spreadsheet, into a document where the developers could see those barriers broken down. Then we generated a report from that with high priority items, and we separated it into types of feedback and created a map for the developers. So what does that document look like? It's very important for us to organize it to make it easily digestible by the developers. You know, when you're in a focus group, sometimes it can be hard to remember everything, right? You're just like, the developers are talking, the consultants are throwing barriers at them, and it's just can be overwhelming in the moment. So we want to take that information, break it down, make it easily digestible, prioritize it, make it more easily implementable, actionable feedback for Lemonade Games. How do we do that? We take the issue or the barrier that the consultant pointed out, which would be the barrier that's present within the games. So for example, an issue or barrier in this case in the dioramas would be the need to click and drag to move a diorama, to move it around. That would be the barrier. The impact would be then that the players who can't use a mouse or can't hold a button down wouldn't have access to that. They wouldn't be able to move the diorama, which means they wouldn't be able to play the game, which would make it a high priority item. So then we separate them by disability outcome. In this case would be movement, because that is the effect it has on the player. It has on the player's movement. The severity would be high, medium, low. In this case, high, because it would actually bar someone from being able to play the game. And then we separate it by experience impact. This is kind of unique in that we separate them on whether or not it's base understanding of the game, usability in the game, or enjoyment. Understanding would be, does the player have the base knowledge to be able to even start playing the game? Usability would be, can they use that knowledge to then interact with the game? And then enjoyment has an impact on the vision of the game, the experience, the enjoyment, what player experience the developer wants. The recommendations would be the recommendations the consultants give, or the recommendations that the UX team has for them as well. These are some of the process notes and feedback challenges we had as like the backend team working with the developers and the consultants. As I said before, during the first round, the game wasn't playable. It was a prototype, so there were some communication barriers with explaining how things are going to work, what the vision for the experience was, getting to the core of that so we could really drill down into the barriers present in the game. During the second round, Sean played a prototype The players then got to see how the game was going to work, and he could explain that. This was EasySurf's first project, so we had to learn and then teach the feedback process. So I had to create the documentation, how it was going to be organized, and then teach that to others on the team, so that way we could all work together and the consultants would know what we were looking for and things like that, so we could more seamlessly put everything together. By getting our process like streamlined and everything, we were then able to talk to the consultants about what kind of feedback we were giving the developers, so that way they could have that in mind when they were working with the devs. Another issue we ran into was the facilitation process during the focus groups. Sometimes, during focus groups, people can get quiet or they just don't understand what it is the devs trying to convey. Especially during the prototype focus group, there had to be some bridging to sort of be like, well, what was the intended experience of this, and is there any part of this, that would affect players who are deaf and hard of hearing, or is there any information only conveyed by audio, or is there information only conveyed visually? Those types of things just took some facilitation, some practice, and then we started to get the hang of it. Those were some of the main challenges that the UX team came across. And now I will pass it to Arabia, who's going to tell you the consultant's perspective.
Hi there, my name is Elizabeth, or Arabia if you want to use my gamer tag, and I'm a disabled and chronically ill content creator, accessibility consultant, and public speaker from Norway. I'm a white woman in my 30s with bright red hair, wearing pink clothing, sitting in my gaming room. Today I will take you all through how I do my work as a game accessibility consultant on projects like Mystiques. So let's start on the top with my goals. Whenever I work on a game like Mystique or any other game, it's my goal to 1. Make my own barriers and disability not seem so scary and aloof, and make it make sense in the context of the game I'm working on, and 2. Make the devs understand how to be comfortable in their own game's possibility and limitation when it comes to accessibility. For the first point, I have a bunch of disabilities and chronic illnesses that affect my day-to-day life in different ways, but what mostly affects me the way I interact with games is my cerebral palsy, rheumatism, arthritis, and PTSD. Due to this, the most common barriers I meet in any game can be helped by either adding motor accessibility and/or cognitive mental health accessibility. So, when I consult on any game, motor and cognitive accessibility are my main focuses, but I will also let developers know if I see any other barriers that is obvious to me. It's also important to me to not only point out something that is a barrier, but also try to explain why it is a barrier. So when developers try and solve the problem, there is a bigger chance for them to make a solution that will reduce the barrier properly. My second goal when doing game accessibility consulting is to make the devs understand possibilities and limitations when it comes to their own game. Game accessibility is a brilliant way for any developers to show their vision of the game to as many people as possible. But it is important for me to make them understand that no game can be 0% accessible and no game can be 100% accessible. But that's important for them to find a good middle way. So in the talk of everything they can add in the game they have made or are in the process of making, I also want to be realistic about the fact that sometimes it is okay to not add something if it goes against the core values of your game. But then understand that it will exclude some gamers. Here it is important to follow what the devs have set as their pillars, values, or core experience they want their gamers to have, and be honest about how adding design, ideas, and options can make their game more accessible, but it can also make it more inaccessible for others. But in the end, all I can bring is my own knowledge and expertise, and even though I of course wish for all the accessibility to be added, realistically I understand that games does not live in a vacuum and things happen. Be that budget, time, or decision, not everything will always be implemented. All I can hope for in the end is that my words have made an impact and that the people I've worked with now have a greater understanding of the importance of game accessibility. So, how is the process of working as a game consultant? When I work on a game, I either do a playtest of the game alone or together with the devs, or I do a more in-depth discussion about specific ideas or part of the games together with the developers. This means that I sometimes consult on games even before it's an actual game to test, which is sort of what I did when it comes to Mystiques. I was part of both sessions that we talked about earlier, and as said, we did not play the game ourselves, but we talked about concepts and ideas and would show specific gameplay from the game. And there are benefits to having consultant on this early in a project, even though there are no game for us to play, and that is because we can help make sure that the developer can incorporate useful accessibility into the design of the game, but also into early budgeting. When it comes to the diorama, we had a longer talk about my need for cognitive accessibility, and more specific, my need for information, so that I don't get overwhelmed and miss points due to how intricate the diorama system can be. We also talked about motor accessibility. I pointed out that it looks like you need to move your hand quite a lot to turn a diorama around with a mouse, and sadly, having to use quite large repetitive motions with my hands could quickly become tiring and cause pain over a long period of time. I recommended to add both sensitivity options so that I could move large portion of the diorama with less movement, and also to add different controller options so that you could use the D-pad and keyboard for the same movement. I could also benefit from having the option where making the rotation animation more static, so it automatically snaps to a new side with a push of a button. I also pointed out that it would be easier for me to play the game when I had fewer button inputs while playing, as my setup where I play with my feet has less button than a regular controller. This could not only benefit me, but it could also benefit others that have specialized gaming setup with limited input possibilities, either because of their system or because they can't use, for example, an arm. And it is important to remember that consultation like this is not just me saying what I need, but a two-way conversation where the developers also can talk about how they will solve any barriers and to ask questions. You can sort of look at it as a sparring session, which is also why I'm such a fan of getting to talk to the team early on, so that it minimizes the backtracking that is necessary to make the game more accessible. And when I am done with my consultation, all of the work, discussion, and conversation are often wrapped up in a report with a bow on the top, and that is the devs can take with them into the future of development of their game. And when I work with EasySurf, they do that part for me, which means less paperwork for me, which is a win-win. So what was the biggest challenges of working on this project? The ironic part is that often with game accessibility is that the biggest advantages of having a diverse group working together on a project can also be the biggest challenges for us. When you speak to a big group of us, it can almost be a bit scary because you start understanding how vast the field of game accessibility actually is. We often say that no two disabled people are alike, and it is true. Even though many of us have similar disability and chronic illnesses, they might affect us differently, and also how we work around it might differ. Like, I have met people with arthritis that could never in a million years use feet controllers like I do, because their illness affects their feet more than their hands. So when you are in a big group with many people, it can sometimes be a challenge to get your point across to make sure that it's understood that even though you have similar barriers as somebody else in the group, you might not face it the same way or need the same level of support with that barrier. This is why I think it is important to put everything you get out of a session like this into a document, so that you get some sort of system in all of the info you are presented with, and it also gives the consultant a possibility to go over any misunderstandings. But what have I learned from this project? When it comes to the work on Mystiques, I think that one of the best learning moments for me has been the privilege of joining this early in development of a game. Sadly, the norm I have seen over the past years is that accessibility consultants is often contacted more to the end of a game development when it's already something to play and almost a finished game. Yes, of course, it is fun for me to be able to test an almost done game before anybody else, but it is also drastically lower the possibility of what can be added when it comes to game accessibility. It is important to remember that even though game barriers can be reduced by adding options, this is not a be-all end-all solution of a lot of barriers. Often we see that games accessibility can also, and often better, be implemented through good game design, but for that to be possible, you typically need to start working on accessibility early in the process, which can be seen in Mystiques. But don't be discouraged from still doing your best even though you haven't added any accessibility yet. As they say, The best time for you to add accessibility was when you started, and the second best time for you to add accessibility is today. And that is how I work as a game accessibility consultant. I hope you learned something.
Thanks, Ravi and Britt. Yeah, I'm back again to talk to you about the consultation phases between Lemonade Games and EasySurf, and what that sort of looked like. So like I think I said at the start there, about 6 months ago, we got in contact with Lemonade Games. I can't remember who shot the first message, but either way. And that first sort of consultation session block sort of went over 3 or 4 weeks with several different meetings, I guess, with the whole of the EasySurf team. So each sort of session was based around different sort of disabilities, so we could get all the sort of feedback from each disability into the one session instead of sort of scattering our brain and trying to cover all of the different bases. That first session was to get the whole EasySurf team around Mystiques and to figure out what it was. And then we got a whole bunch of feedback for the whole game, which I'm not going to talk about today. I'm going to talk about solely the diorama system. So like I said, the first consultation had several different sessions with multiple experts. And yeah, we got a bunch of different feedback on the whole game. EasySurf went away and did all of this by themselves. We just had the sessions and they went away and worked behind the scenes and delivered us as a studio, which is so helpful. Different graphs, Word documents and Miro boards with all the feedback broken down and ranked from lowest to highest hitting and highest priorities and lowest priorities and all that sort of stuff, which is incredibly helpful. So the main feedback that we got from that first session was unable to see the dioramas. So literally, if someone is blind, they cannot see the diorama at all, which may sound super obvious, but if you can see, you don't think about that. And I know that I didn't. There was also no feedback on the points of interest within the dioramas. So like I said before, like if you're inspecting an object, there's a point of interest on it. Maybe it's the brand mark or something like that on a vase. There's no feedback whatsoever except vision on that system. And at the time of the first consult as well, it was bound to mouse and keyboard, which is super limiting, obviously. So after that first consultation, we went away as a studio and we had a look at what we can do to change up and fix some of those issues. This all being said, there was no pressure from EasySurf at all to implement anything. We just wanted to try and make it as best as we could. So after that, we added a vibe check, which is a system where you can press the spacebar at any given time during the game, and a little UI pop-up will show up where there is either an inspectable, a antique within a diorama. There are dioramas in the level, or points of interest on an inspectable. So it's just a little hint system. We also added rotating and zooming functionality so that players could, if they were vision impaired and couldn't quite see super well, the ability to zoom all the way in onto an antique, so you can find those details a little bit easier as well. And we also went through and added basically, I'd say full, but pretty close to full control support for the whole game. So you can almost control the whole game with just an Xbox controller now, which is super. Yeah, that's unlocks so much potential. For the second round of consults, we got a whole bunch of feedback. I won't go through all of them today. It's probably 30 or more points of feedback. Again, no pressure from EasySurf to implement any of it. That's up to us as game designers. Ideally, we add all of it, but you know that's how it goes. So I just highlighted the top sort of 3 here that came through that they're actionable pretty quickly. One of them definitely isn't, but it's one that we feel passionate about and want to try and hit. So the first was adding control support for the UI. Like I said, we added 99.9% of control support, but the UI still isn't navigatable. So that was one big one. Dyslexic friendly fonts. We had a lot of font in there that was very pretty, but not ideal for dyslexic folks. And the number 3 one, which is a big one and that we really want to get in as soon as possible, but also is quite difficult. Audio descriptors for all of the items and all of the dioramas and basically the game of telling folks where they are at any given point. So they're the biggest 3. Like I said, we had heaps and heaps of feedback, and it was not overwhelming, but it was such an awesome thing for EasySurf to give it to us. And so to finish up the talk, I really want to go through some questions that you might have working with EasySurf as a company, and how it worked with us and our sort of pipeline. And so I've just got a couple of questions here that I'll answer for you. I'm hoping that these are the questions that you were thinking of, and I'm hoping I've done a good enough job of praising EasySurf as to how good they have been to work with. I can't praise them enough, basically. So the first question here is, did the feedback impact our vision of the game? And it absolutely didn't. That is because of how we've structured the pipeline. Instead of, like we said, applying the the feedback at the end of the dev cycle. We're putting it right in the middle of it. So therefore, the vision isn't impacted whatsoever. It sort of evolves with the feedback. And I know some people are pretty precious with their ideas, but like, if you can, like, why wouldn't you get as many people to play the game as possible is my sort of view on it. Like, why wouldn't you try and aim for as many hands on your game as possible, if that makes sense? How did Lemonade decide what to implement? That was pretty easy. So like I said before, Easy Surf goes away and does a lot of the data crunching for us. And then we'll just give us back a report and be like, these are the heaviest hitting sort of X amount of features that you could make and could implement. And they will hit the most, the biggest variety of people, and they will sort of carry the game a bit more, as well as, be more of a generalist vibe. Or if you want to be super specific into one disability, you can do that. It's all in that report. It's so helpful. The next question is, how much of an impact was it to work with people with disabilities? And this one I don't think can be understated enough. I've said this a few times to the ZSurf team, but it's a very selfish relationship that I feel, just for me, because I get so much more out of working with these people than they get out of me, I would say. It's inspiring. It's also just super interesting to see the world and the games from their perspective. We've worked with people who can't see or can't hear very well, and all this sort of stuff, and it just opens my mind to games and how they sort of how they are super limiting, I guess, to a lot of people, and it really forces me to be a better designer, I think, as well as an absolute pleasure to work with these people who are just grateful to have this opportunity. And it goes both ways. I'm super grateful to have this opportunity to work with these people as well. So like I say, it's a selfish thing for me. And the last sort of question was it helpful to work with disabled gaming experts? So yeah, I don't know if we might have said this earlier on in the talk, but a lot of the people who work for EasySurf are also avid gamers and streamers as well. So working within the sort of the game space in that way as well. And it's just like, we could get people who are experts on disabilities but aren't super gamers, and so their feedback wouldn't be, I guess, as ideal, as well as like being like, experts. They know what we're looking for, and we can tell them like what's not working and what is working. If we just got a whole group of like disabled gamers who may just be gamers, which I think that has a complete, like, it has its own space within this pipeline, but it's definitely not in the pre-alpha stage. Because we're working with experts, we can tell them, hey, this isn't working yet. This is a whip. What do you think of this? Like, we can pitch ideas and bounce them off each other. Whereas if we were not speaking to experts, they might be like, no, make it this now. So that's why it was super helpful to work with those experts, those gaming experts, especially, because you can sort of get away with that, and also, bounce off ideas from each other. And yeah, that's the sort of talk. I really hope that people got something out of it. And if you didn't, please hit me or Britt or Arevia up on Twitter. We'll put our stuff at the end here. And I'm happy to talk, like I say, I'm happy to talk about accessibility, about mistakes, about games, till the cows come home. I'm super passionate about it, and I love it. And I really want to thank the GaConf for putting this on and allowing me the time to talk some dribble at you. So I really appreciate it, and have a good day. Thank you very much.
In memory of Brandon and Milan, who brought an irreplaceable perspective to this project.
So there were a few great things in that presentation. I mean, the whole presentation was great, but a few key takeaways that I'm hoping that you absorb out of that talk. One of the things that got highlighted at the very, very beginning was Arevia saying that she gets brought in even when there's not a game to play yet. There are so many times when working in accessibility that you hear, we haven't figured out the core loop yet. We haven't figured out this mechanic yet. We haven't done this yet. We haven't done this yet. That is the perfect time to start your accessibility consulting, because by bringing in a consultant in at that stage, you can stop yourself from designing it inaccessibly with their input, or already plan for parameters that you should be thinking of. It's like basically, when you start a project, you always have to do your requirements gathering before you go in and figure out your solution. When you don't bring in your accessibility consultants that early, you're literally skipping that step of knowing who your audience is and what you're designing for. It is never too early to bring in groups like EasySurf to get that information. And the other thing that I absolutely loved that was actually really highlighted by Leticia from Easy Surf in the Discord is the type of feedback they provide and how they were able to make it actionable for the dev team. You know, it's so easy, and this kind of hits on things that we were talking about yesterday in like the live service panel as well. It's incredibly easy to have a list of things that you want, but we already know, like as game dev, we can't get everything we want that isn't accessibility into a game before ship, right? So these are other things that we're weighing. But they went through and thought about the impact that specific barriers or features were having for players. They looked at the technical complexity of the recommendations they were making. They were also factoring in the phase of development of the game, and then the budget and resources that the game would have when they were providing information back to the developers about recommendations that they would give for the developer to be able to make their game more accessible. And by doing it and by stack ranking all of those things together, they were able to make sure they were getting the things that were most impactful for the players, but also realistic, because that has to be a factor when working in games. And so when you are working in your own teams as basically your in-house consultant, I think there are amazing lessons that we can learn from that talk to make ourselves better advocates, even within our own teams. So we're going to be taking a short break, and then we will be back with our first live talk of the day. Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Hello, hello. Being a little quiet for the internet, folks. All right, hello everyone. Thank you for your patience. This talk is about, ADHD and open worlds, but we probably could have also given a talk on how much work it takes to women with ADHD to try to get a keynote presentation on a Mac over to a PC in PowerPoint when neither of us has an adapter to use a flash drive. And the file size exceeds both of our email limits. And additionally, one of the computers doesn't have the right fonts. Just your normal presentation stuff. It was really beautiful before.
Thank you.
I will have to put a screenshot of the beautiful fonts that Ame had in here. So
Enjoy
thank
the
you.
Calibri.
So, oh, it looks like our interpreter froze again. Darling, 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 darling.
Should we just do karaoke instead?
Dude, Ame and I rock at karaoke.
I love how someone in the back was like, no.
All right, after the conference, we're all going to go to Palmer's. They do karaoke every night. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to Samuel, who's just coming in clutch, doing multiple interpreting sessions in a row when you're supposed to be switching out, doing amazing with the rapid fire Australian speaker. So just like Samuel, know that we all in this room deeply love you and we appreciate you and you're doing amazing.
Samuel is the MVP.
All right. And with that, I am very pleased to welcome Emilion and her talk Open Worlds and ADHD.
Hello. 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 All right. Sorry about that delay, guys. Okay, we're here. Well, welcome to my talk, Open Worlds and ADHD, A Tale of Love, Pain, and Opportunity. So first of all, you might be wondering, who am I? And I will get into that into a second. But my name is Améliane F. Chiasson. I am a tall, plus-size lady in her 30s. I have my curly brown hair in a ponytail right now, and I'm wearing a Halloween t-shirt because it's Halloween on Thursday. So, yay. I currently work as a games accessibility lead at Player Research, which is a user research studio part of Keywords Studios. I am leading our Advancing Accessibility initiative, providing studios and publishers and developers with accessibility services so that they can bring their game to more people. Prior to this, I was at Square Enix, where I spent most of my career, and I led the accessibility department there as well, based out of Montreal. I've been doing full-time accessibility since late 2019. Quick disclaimer, because I know there's a lot of people here who are neurodivergent, who have ADHD, and I just want to say a lot of this talk is focused on my personal experience. I don't get to talk much about myself when I do talks like this. Oftentimes I focus on things that are more educational, based on like what I do at work and things like that, and I wanted to do something a little bit different by talking about my own experience. But of course, ADHD is not the same for everyone. So not everyone with ADHD will face the same barriers necessarily as me. So there might be some of this that will be super relatable and some of this that you'll be like, actually, I don't really mind this, and that's fine. But let's get into some definitions because, of course, we're not going to do a deep dive into what is ADHD and how it affects people. There's a lot of information about this online, so I don't want to deep dive into this too much today, but I still want us to have a couple of definitions just so that we're all on the same page about what I'm going to be talking about today. So today we're talking about open worlds and ADHD. What is an open world game? So simply put, an open world game features a nonlinear game world where the player is able to usually freely traverse around the environment which usually will consist of many different areas, many different structures, many different side quests, people, things like that. People are usually not restricted to a specific path, and they don't necessarily have to follow a certain path to progress in the story. Of course, all open worlds are not made equal. There's a lot of different games out there. There are also more linear games that have open hubs, but the entire game is not necessarily an open world. But in this case, I'm talking more about those classical, very open world games. Now, what is ADHD? So for those who are, unaware, ADHD is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. It is a disorder associated with ongoing patterns of inattention, hyperactivity, and/or impulsivity. And that's just a very short list, not exhaustive at all. The symptoms of ADHD can interfere significantly with one's life, depending on the severity, and your relationships and your daily activities. Oftentimes, you'll see ADHD diagnosis being done in childhood. However, a lot of people, especially in the last couple of years, have been diagnosed as adults. We're seeing that more and more, especially if you're a woman, because oftentimes ADHD in children is not treated the same if you're a little boy or a little girl. And women are actually severely underdiagnosed compared to our male counterparts. So, some stats and facts. Again, spoiler, there's a lot here, so I'm not gonna go into all of the different sources. If you want to go into that, please reach out. I'll send you like all the different studies and stuff, but I just want to give some numbers just for context. So how many people have ADHD in the world? We're thinking around 129 million children and teens who have ADHD. Again, that's children and teens. There's not that much data on adult ADHD. There should be more. And there's probably way more here, by the way, too, because of what I just mentioned about some of the inequalities in the medical system. And over 366 million adults that have ADHD. And again, there should be way more studies about this. Now, what is the link with gaming? Why are we talking about this? Why do we care? You care because you're here, but in general, there are studies that actually show that people with ADHD are actually more likely to be pulled towards gaming, and even gaming addictions as well, due to how stimulating they can be and how they can facilitate social interactions for people who sometimes will have a struggle to connect with individuals in the real world. So ultimately, gaming can scratch an itch like no other for a lot of neurodivergent folks. I know that's true for me. And as a fun fact, just for giggles, the FDA actually approved a digital game that's therapy for ADHD called Endeavor RX. I'm not familiar with it, so if you have experience with it, please reach out. I'm super curious to learn more about it, but I was just, I found it really cool that it just existed. Now, I love open worlds. I really do. The reason why I love open worlds are pretty simple. Wandering off is usually rewarded, which is really cool. I can progress at my own pace, which is also really cool. I can get really immersed and focused in the game world, which is awesome. And I'm not forced to follow a predetermined path. Those are all things that can be really positive for me because I feel like I can just get lost in the game and aimlessly wander around like I wish I could do in a real world without getting hit by a car. So I love open worlds for this specifically, but that comes with a lot of caveats, which we'll get into in a little bit. I experience a lot of guilt and pain as a result of my interests in those games. So it is a constant double-edged sword and a balancing act that I have to always sort of play whenever I'm playing those games. So who here remembers this guy? So, hey you're finally awake. So I wanted to use Skyrim as a bit of a parable about what I'm going to be talking about, but you could replace this with any open world game. So this is Ralof from the game Skyrim, and these are the very first words that you'll hear when you're launching a new game in Skyrim. As you may know, Skyrim is a game where you can explore and play for well over 200 hours, even more if you're like into mods and all of that, to get a full completion. But it takes around 40, 45 hours if you're just like focusing on the main objectives and the main path. Me, I have around 180 hours of playtime in Skyrim across PC, PS4, and Switch, but I've not gotten past like mid-game. Okay, I've actually seen this scene probably over 40 times. The reason why is because I keep starting it over. It's a never-ending cycle for me, which we'll get into in a second. So the Skyrim parable, or the cycle of guilt. Again, this is not about Skyrim, but you'll understand what I mean. So here's how the cycle will usually work, and I'll try to describe it visually as well. So this is just a circle, and so usually the cycle starts with, I'll start a new game, in this case, a new Skyrim game. And then I'll start to play for a few days or maybe a few weeks, and I'll be like, wow, what a brilliant game. I love it. I'm so immersed. I'm super focused. I cannot believe I keep pushing it aside. Like, it's so great. Then something will happen. Either I'll get lost or I'll get stuck somewhere because like there's a boss that's going to be really difficult or something. Or a new game comes out and all of my friends are playing this game, and I'm like, I want to play this. Now I don't like Skyrim anymore. And then I'll forget about Skyrim for like 6 months, maybe a year. And then one morning I'll wake up and feel a sense of dread about abandoning Skyrim a few months ago. And I'm going to feel extreme guilt about it. And so I'm going to open Skyrim and I'll get super overwhelmed because I remember none of it. And my current character has a gazillion open quests and a bunch of skills and mechanics that I don't remember anything about. And so I'm going to be like, F this, I'm just starting a new game. And then you just repeat that over and over again. And then I'm left just going like, what the hell is wrong with me? And I feel super, super bad about myself. And then, you know, I'm just left feeling extremely depressed. It seems dramatic, but I truly feel like an utter sense of dread about all this. The thing that I'm left thinking is that I suck. It's all my fault. I have no self-control. I have no control over my impulses. And I can't just freaking finish a game for once in my life. I have a backlog on Steam of hundreds of games that I've not even opened yet. I suck. I can't help it. It's my fault. Let's unpack that, because is it truly all my fault? So what can we do? There's a level of self-accountability that exists when you have ADHD, or if you're neurodivergent, just in general. But there's also a lot of things that can be done to help us live and enjoy this world. So this brings me to the next part of my talk, which is about what I and you can do as individuals with ADHD to help yourself a little bit, and then we'll get into, in the last part, about what can developers do to actually help us feel welcome into those worlds, and actually finish your game so that your metrics are better. ADHD is complex, like I've mentioned. So are humans in general. But when I get very overwhelmed and I start being very unkind to myself, the first thing that I like to do, personally, which works for me, is go back to the root of ADHD and remind myself of how ADHD impacts my life. It helps me compartmentalize my feelings better, and also my behavioral patterns, and address the different things that are happening in a more focused fashion. When my executive function is failing me and I'm paralyzed, it's incredibly difficult to just power through something. And that's not just for game, that's for anything. No matter the obstacle, no matter how small, I 100% need to identify what is going on right now and point at it and address it so that I can move forward and avoid speedrunning straight into a depressive episode. Now, just like anyone else, as neurodivergent humans, we have a responsibility towards ourselves. I truly believe that. And not just doing nothing about it. We have to do things about it. So what I'll do, like I said, is I'll identify sort of common ADHD symptoms for me. So like short attention span, forgetfulness, getting easily distracted, fidgeting, difficulty organizing, impulsiveness, restlessness, difficulty processing instructions, and so much more. So again, this helps me at least pinpointing what's happening right now and how can I address it. What can I do? I would love for you to learn from some of my mistakes and some of the learnings that I've kind of gathered over the years. So here are some common situations that will happen and how I try to face them on a daily basis when it comes to gaming. Another shiny game has launched, but I'm not done with the one that I'm currently playing. Now, if you're someone who just hops from game to game and you literally don't care about finishing any games, that's all good. That's not my case. So this is very difficult to overcome because FOMO is very real, FOMO being the fear of missing out. It's very real and it's very difficult to resist. But I believe in you. Here's what I do and something that I invite you to try. Put the game in the shop cart for 48 hours. And if after 48 hours you still want it, then buy it. The reason why I'm saying this, and by the way, this applies for just shopping in general. If you're dealing with any type of like shopping impulsiveness, this actually works. If you're able to reach that level of discipline where you actually adopt this practice, it works really well. What happens usually is that after a day, I usually absolutely forget that this cart exists. And I'll move on with my life. And then I will forget. And then 2 weeks later, I'll open my cart and be like, oh, I had put that in my cart. And then I'll usually just remove it, or maybe I'll buy it, but I don't, like my impulse is passed at that point. So that actually really works very well for me. If you're buying a digital game, put it in your cart. If it's physical, I would say give yourself the mission to come back at the store in 2 days and see if you'll be down to come back at the store in 2 days, which probably likely won't happen. Another thing that I do, so if I'm stuck at a bus or a puzzle, whatever, and I'm about to give up because I'm frustrated, something that I will do is I'll switch focus either on another quest, which is something that you can do in open world usually, or I'll take a break by playing the Office game. And I'll get into what that means in a moment. This can literally just be also watch The Office. This game sequence is boring. And I'm about to give up because I'm bored. What can I do? I'll usually have another stimulus on the side that I'll start, either listening to a podcast or watch a comfort TV show, or on a second screen on my phone, like listening to audiobooks or whatever it is. This helps me get through those either very boring or like tedious parts sometimes in video games. And then, if a game is way too confusing, and I'm about to give up, or I'm stuck somewhere and I'm super frustrated, I'll look for either in-game guidance or external help on YouTube and Google. Now, I know there are people who don't like to look up at guides. I don't care. At this point, I literally just go and look at the step-by-step, what do I need to do here? Because nobody got time for that, okay? I don't care. So that's what I do. But if you're someone who doesn't want to do that, I also invite you to play a more comforting game as a palate cleanser. More on that in a second. My favorite hack for this is having a comfort game that's sort of there as a companion to your main game that you're trying to do. So currently, I'm trying to play Fallout 4. I'm very late, I'm aware. Okay. So don't throw me rocks at that. But I'm trying to play Fallout 4, and I'm enjoying myself. But there are moments where, you know, I experience a lot of FOMO, or I'm stuck somewhere, or I don't know what to do. And, you know, it can be difficult to resist and like to stay into that title. So what I do is that I will have a game that's kind of there as my palate cleanser so that I don't switch from one main game to another constantly. So the way I do this, for example, right now I've been playing Squad Busters. Okay, very simple game loop. Easy to get into, super quick games. You're not getting involved into like a new storyline, a new narrative, a new open world, a new bunch of systems that are going to be replacing basically the bandwidth in your mind that you're holding for Fallout 4. Okay, that's the goal here. So sometimes that's also like Disney Dreamlight Valley, whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. A game that for you is not as, let's say, cognitively demanding in terms of bandwidth. Elizabeth was talking about your RAM, like yesterday. So that's kind of the objective, is finding your comfort game that you can default to when you need to take a break from your main game. The idea here is you're avoiding to, let's say, replace Fallout 4 with Red Dead Redemption 2. Okay, so you want to avoid that. If you don't care, again, be my guest. I care. And so that way you have a cycle that's a little bit more easy to get into, where whenever you want to give up your main game, you can just switch to your comfort game and then come back to it a bit later. So that way you don't have a lot of like super intricate open world game that are like in a cycle, because I am telling you, you will forget about all the mechanics of the previous open world game if you're starting a new one. Okay, it's really difficult to like remember all of those different things in your mind. Okay. Oh, also, yeah. One of the reasons why also I do this is I'm way more likely to finish the main game like this. And the reason why is because I will not become disinterested in the main game by playing another game that's like itching the same part of my brain. So this comfort game is what I will call my The Office game. Okay, it's kind of the same thing that I do when I'm on Netflix and I finish like a really cool show, and then I don't know what to do with my life anymore. I'll watch The Office. It's kind of the same thing here. Like The Office is kind of like a default cruise control thing for me. That's what I try to kind of like apply here as well, until I'm done with that game. What are some exceptions? So you might be wondering, have you ever finished an open world game? Like, have you ever? I did, actually. A couple. Not that much, a couple. And one of the main reasons why I've been able to finish some of those games is social reinforcement and playing with friends. When I say play with friends, I don't necessarily mean like multiplayer games or like playing with them. I just mean them being there in the room, either virtually in like Discord or whatever, or in person with you. This something that like worked really well for me for like Zelda or Breath of the Wild, for example, is having friends that were playing the same game as me, and we would do these like game like party nights where we would each play on our Switch, and we're not playing together, but we're playing together kind of thing. So that really helped making it into a social thing. I'm a social butterfly. I'm extroverted, so that works for me. That doesn't necessarily work for everyone, but for me, that actually worked pretty well. And for Elden Ring, that worked pretty well as well, especially because Elden Ring can be hella difficult. And so having people with me that were either joining me into my game to like beat certain bosses, or just playing alongside someone in like PlayStation Party, was really cool, so that I had social reinforcement and encouragement as I was going through really hard moments. So that really worked well. Another game that I finished is The Forest, which I highly recommend. Super cool. I streamed that one on Twitch, actually, which worked quite well because it sort of gave me a sense of accountability with my community because people wanted to know what would happen next. And so for the sake of entertainment, I was like, I will do it for you guys. And so this was really cool. And so I was able to finish that one. And I'm a huge horror fan, so of course, like I tend to be very happy to play horror games. Any excuse is a good one to play horror. And now there's another one, which rhymes with Hogmart Lugosi. Whoops. Which is a total standout. And I feel bad talking about it now after learning a lot of awful shit. But let's put that in a pin for a second. I promise. But purely from a design standpoint, there was actually a lot of amazing systems in that game. which made me come back for more over and over and over without ever giving up. Long story short, this game is filled with shiny rewards for literally everything that you can do. And I'm very much someone who will run after a carrot that you're dangling in front of me. And this game just kept the carrot there the whole time until the very last moment, which actually worked very well for me. The hyper focus was really real to the point where I didn't even like play a comfort game in between almost. And so this was very much a unicorn game for me. But again, not saying you should play necessarily, but anyways. So now what can devs do? So what's the responsibility of studios? Because you actually have a responsibility to welcome us into your worlds, because Flash News, there's a lot of gamers with ADHD, and so that would be really, really silly to neglect them. So don't neglect us. We are part of your target audience, and I would say we are a huge part of your target audiences. So what can we do? I have mentioned that rewards work really well. So rewarding players for what they do in your game is really, really useful. We love to have a celebration about everything that we do. It's super cool to have encouragement as you play. And here I'm not necessarily talking about just like achievement, like platform achievement and trophies. I'm also talking about in-game rewards. That being said, if you're someone who's like an achievement hunter, for example, I'm not, I literally don't care. But if you are, sometimes I see achievements on platforms that are actually going to not be attainable due to accessibility features being activated, which should not be the case. So just make sure that if you have a trophies and achievements list, that you're not penalized if you activate any accessibility features or settings. Something that's really important as well is making sure that your objectives are clear. They should be visible, they should be easily identifiable, and your progress, you should know where you're at in the game at all times in an easy way. That's really, really, really important. Something that's also extremely useful is any type of navigational assistance to help you figure out where to go next in the world. Again, those worlds are open, which means that you can go literally anywhere. And sometimes that's really cool, and some other times that's extremely daunting. So any help that we can get to the next area is going to be extremely useful. Customization, especially around challenge-related settings. So something that's really useful is things like the custom difficulties and Guardians of the Galaxy, for example, where you can modify different things in the gameplay, like invulnerability, or the damage that you put out to enemies, or the damage that you have as the damage intake that you have. This also helps sort of cater the difficulty to your specific needs, because again, difficulty modes can be highly arbitrary, and what's easy for me is not necessarily easy for you. What's hard for me is not necessarily hard for you. So the more that you can customize those is going to be extremely useful. Something that's also really cool is making sure that you have multiple channels of information. Because, of course, if you have ADHD, processing information can be difficult. So if you have alternative channels of information, that's going to be very useful. So that means if you have any type of visual cues, you also have audio cues that are coming with them, and vice versa. Something that's also extremely important is conducting research with players who have ADHD. This is probably the singular most impactful way that you can get feedback from the community and make informed design decision and features development decisions as well. And then finally, make sure that you clearly list your accessibility efforts, either on your game websites or via YouTube spotlights as well, and your social channels. Now, real quick, quality of life or accessibility. I'm going to speed run to that last bit because I have like 1 minute left. So quality of life or accessibility. So something that I see a lot, especially for multiplayer or live games, is those quality of life patch notes, which is super cool. But sometimes they also do help to increase an accessibility in a title. An example of this was in V-Rising. So in V-Rising, the game finally launched after being in early access for a while. And it came with a lot of quality of life improvements, including tracking recipes in your heads-up display for crafting weapons and armor. This was super cool because I could see like the ingredients that I needed to do these things. However, that same feature doesn't apply to other craftable items. So if you're trying to build structures or you're trying to build any type of like buildings or things like that, that thing doesn't work. So it's very inconsistent in the way that it's implemented in the game. And I have extremely poor memory, so don't play with my feelings like that. This was kind of unfortunate. So finally, consult ADHD players and consultants for feedback. Again, extremely important. It bears repeating. Reach out to people. Don't just assume what people need. Actually consult with people who know what they're talking about. And last but not least, I just want to give you a last reminder. Games are supposed to be a fun time, okay? Don't be like me. Don't let games become a stressor in your life. And what I mean is, again, none of this really matters that much if you're someone who hops from one game to another and you literally don't care about finishing anything. That's totally cool. Be my guest. But for me, games are a huge way to feel a sense of accomplishment, especially after a slow or frustrating day. And so I actually like to complete my games and complete objectives in my games. It feels really, really good for me. So that's why I made this talk, and that's why I'm sharing what I'm sharing today. I hope these tips were helpful for you. Thank you for listening. And yeah, you can find me on Blue Sky, or you can reach out on Discord if you have any question. And that's it. Thanks for listening, guys.
Thank you so much. It's not very often that we have someone. Well, it's like Ame said at the beginning. Frequently, Ame is getting up here and she's talking about things that she's sharing from professional experience. But this was a really unique talk, and then she got to talk about both sides: her personal experience and what she does as a gamer, and the developmental side. And one of the things that I loved was immediately in the Discord, and it kind of relates to what Shell was talking about yesterday, feeling seen and seeing other people going through the same thing. The amount of people who have realized that you are not alone in not finishing a game, and that is okay. So I hope everyone who had like some internalized shame, like I hope you've released it now. It's not a big deal. It's just a video game. And the other thing that I also love that tied back to a talk yesterday was like, you also should not feel shame for using a guide if you need to. We literally had a talk yesterday about using cheats, and it is okay. And if it helps you play and it helps you have fun, well, that's what the game developer wanted. You're just meeting the vision, right? You played the game and had fun. And it was also really cool to see everyone who had their own unique process for helping them get back into games. And some of it, I saw that Apurva had put in the chat that when she was a little kid, she was only allowed to play games once a week. And so she had a notebook where she would like summarize her gaming session so that when she got to play again the next week, she would remember what was happening, which is way smarter than anything I ever did. I fall somewhere in between them. So like Ame restarts. I don't and just force it with a lot of confusion. I made a joke yesterday about playing a game and like chucking my weapons because I couldn't remember the controls. Like I do that, which maybe now after listening to this talk, I've learned some better coping mechanisms to deal with games that weren't built accessibly for me and my ADHD. But again, at the end, Ame gave some amazing examples of what we can do as game developers to make games more rewarding and easier to stay engaged with for people with ADHD. Because yeah, as someone who's affected by that, I would also really, really love it. Because there's nothing worse than playing a game and then getting distracted because something isn't hooking you right. And then you get completely lost because whatever happened in the room. Me, it's normally a dog. A dog has done something, and that has distracted me enough that by the time I turn my head back around, I've lost it completely. So I want to thank Ami again for that amazing talk. Now, we did get started a little bit late, and so to keep us back on time, we're going to shorten this next break. So instead of the 30-minute break we normally take, we're just going to have it be a 15-minute break so that we can stay on schedule for the rest of the day. So we will be back after the break. Thank you. Hello, everyone online. Slow ASMR whisper. Get the camera. Hello, everyone. All right. I hope you all enjoyed our short break, and I hope the introduction of the divider is helping everyone see more clearly. For everyone online, so yesterday it like rained all day here in the Seattle area, and today it's sunny, like so much sun that we're actually having to like put up stuff in addition to the window shades because like people are getting blinded by the sun. I don't know what weird twilight zone we're in, but I'm not going to be mad about it because we have very few days left of any sun here in the Seattle area because this is when the everlasting winter and everything just being vaguely wet but not quite raining begins. So for our next talk, I first want to say it does have some amazing background music. I love when our pre-recorded presentations have like a little bit of extra like production quality zazz because they have time. So very excited about that. So I don't know how many people in here got the opportunity to play Star Wars Jedi Legacy, but it had a ton of or not Legacy. No, Survivor. Look, I'm just inventing. No, anyway, see, this is what happens when I come up here without notes and I'm just like, I got this. How hard can this be to just announce a game title? Apparently, very. Anyway, it has some amazing cognitive accessibility, which I would have had if I had actually brought my notes up here. In this next talk, we're going to see the deep dive into everything that was done to make this game the example of cognitive accessibility that it is today. Let's check it out.
Hello there. My name is Jordan DeVries, and I'm the UI UX lead on Respawn Entertainment's Star Wars Jedi team, and I'm also, as you can plainly see, a lifelong Star Wars fan. Today, I want to talk to you about how we built an award-winning cognitive accessibility experience, and thank you GaConf for that award, specifically in the user interfaces of our game, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Now, before we get to our game, we should really consider the broader interface environment that all of our players operate in, specifically apps and the web. All of our players are influenced by these interfaces, and players carry over, consciously or unconsciously, these habits and behaviors into our games. For brevity's sake, I'll refer to apps and the web as, quote, tech interfaces, as opposed to our, quote, game interfaces. So, what's going on in tech? Before joining the game industry, I spent over a decade working in tech, on UX projects for clients that include Autodesk, Facebook, and Royal Caribbean. And while a decade for me feels like a lifetime ago, tech interfaces have a longer history of contending with cognitive accessibility. On the web alone, cognitive accessibility was referenced in formal proposals starting almost 30 years ago. But when it comes to cognitive accessibility, it's critical to note that tech interfaces' goals are completely antithetical to game design. Tech wants to remove all friction. The advent of the primary button, at least on reputable websites, is a shining example of this. But whether it's an online store, a social media feed, or a smart TV, the goal is still to have the user think as little as possible. There's even been entire books written about this, like Steve Krug's seminal work, Don't Make Me Think. The ethics of this aside, there are two big impacts here. First, we have decades of expertise on how to make interface information as digestible as possible to a wide variety of users. And second, apps and websites and other devices are continuously competing for and consuming our attention. So, how does this impact how we build games? Well, for starters, games are all about making our players think. Whether it's clearing a line in a puzzle game or navigating to the next destination in an open-world game, intentional cognitive friction is core to the gameplay experience. That said, for vital information for the player, such as settings, cognitive friction should actually be reduced as much as possible. On Jedi Survivor, our UX goal was to tune this cognitive friction so that each player could have a satisfying, motivating experience. To do that, we need to recognize negative patterns our players may have adopted. For example, ignoring a pop-up ad might translate to ignoring a mission objective pop-up. But we can also benefit from positive patterns that players have adopted, like recognizing strong hierarchy or calls to action or shortcuts. Alright, let's talk about how we actually implemented all of this for Jedi Survivor. Part of our drive for accessibility simply rests on how many players can benefit from it. Star Wars is of course incredibly popular, but even so, we recently announced that 40 million people have played a title in our Jedi series. To support that massive player base on the UX side, we focused on 3 core areas of cognition: attention, memory, and understanding. In the end though, the benefits did prove to be near universal. Here are the 10 UX features we'll review and how they work with cognitive accessibility, from hints and reminders to our stances on information focus and depth. Alright, part 1, Force hints. Preserving immersion in a game environment is sometimes at odds with a player understanding what verbs are available to them, especially when these encounters are less frequent. For example, in Survivor, we have certain binary objects that can either be pushed or pulled with the Force that receive a blue highlight. Now, even though the player has a 50-50 chance of getting it right and no real punishment if they get it wrong, this still always felt bad. We liken this to what we call the USB problem. Plugging in a certain type of USB cable can often feel like chance instead of skill. We initially drew a series of mystical Force icons in an attempt to preserve this immersion, but this was ultimately more confusing than helpful. Our most successful test was simply labeling the correct button input, but only on critical path Force objects, leaving side content highlighted but unlabeled. We also offered an option up front to toggle these prompts off for players that prioritize immersion above all else. In defense of these labels, it can be very tempting to over-engineer a solution or be entirely hands-off. We recommend talking to your actual players. In our case, players felt fulfilled simply being able to use the Force and didn't even remember that a button prompt was instructing them to do so. Next, let's talk about navigation assistance. For a game like Survivor, exploration and the feeling of briefly being lost is part of the intended puzzle. And our puzzle areas can have multiple exits, some to the main objective and others to side content. A twofold challenge emerges for the player. First, where are these exits? And second, which of these exits lead to the main path? For our solution, we added a navigation assist beacon that would place a marker in our game's holomap towards the nearest exit that would lead to the main objective. We also kept this in the holomap and not in the game world, so that players that did leave this setting on had a chance of solving the exploration puzzles first before instantly being given a hint. And players could always just open the holomap immediately themselves if they really needed that hint. We also, of course, provided another upfront toggle for players that sought more challenge. We were completely surprised by an emergent use case for this beacon. We have players that prefer to explore 100% of an area before progressing the story. These players would leave this beacon on and actively avoid it until they were satisfied. In defense of this feature, there was a fair bit of internal concern about whether this would remove too much friction from all players, but in our game, knowing the end destination is only part of the puzzle. The rest is actually navigating our main character to get there. Now, let's talk about providing contextual reminders. As the exploration spaces and activities grow in a playthrough, we found it was easy for players to forget to redeem currencies they had already collected. This particular challenge is magnified greatly for players with learning, memory, or processing speed disabilities. But some of Survivor's traversal areas are fairly large, and we did not want to constantly distract players with activities, including some activities that would actually take a significant effort to detour back towards. Our solution was to set up a fairly large envelope around relevant activities like our Cantina hub shown here, that would trigger a one-time on-screen reminder. These reminders were along the way for where players were already headed, therefore complementing their gameplay instead of interrupting it. And using neutral language helps minimize the player feeling like they're doing something wrong. The platonic ideal of any in-game pop-up is one that complements what the player is already doing. They've found something, gained something, unlocked something. Reminders, conversely, are a lot harder to do well, so we try to make them as minimally invasive as possible. We still need in-game reminders though, as we cannot guarantee that players will regularly browse through menus, or even look closely at menus when they've paused their game. Alright, let's talk about duplicate UI. When first evaluating an interface, not only do different players look in different locations first, the sequence of what a player looks at next also varies wildly. When we conducted player research, common player behavior included looking for heading tabs, or looking at the brightest object, or looking at prompt trays, that is, the row of labeled inputs in the bottom row of our screen. We also can't guarantee how a player arrives at a given screen. For example, there are 6 ways of getting to Survivor's holomap, 5 from other menus and 1 from pressing the holomap key on a controller. We solved for this with duplicate UI elements like tab headings plus screen titles, or center buttons plus prompts in the corner of our screens. The other half of the solve is putting the same info on multiple screens, like our main objective or certain accessibility settings. In fact, we doubled up on accessibility settings being in multiple tabs because when we observed players, they started their search in multiple tabs. It seems counterintuitive that adding more redundant elements helps players, and this is a common stakeholder gotcha point of feedback to help simplify a screen. In reality, different players ignore parts of the screen entirely, commonly referred to as banner blindness in tech. So these button prompts aren't redundant, they literally do not appear to many players. That said, it's very important to be selective about the elements you choose to duplicate, as we also have players with increased visual sensitivities that will actually process everything on screen. Which leads us to determining focus in the information we present. As I just said, duplicates of the same UI element are generally net positive for players. Too many unique UI elements is where cognitive overload is most risky. Every player has a limit for how many unique elements they can handle before feeling overwhelmed, but players typically overestimate the amount of information that they can handle. If we show the player too little, they'll feel a sense of tunnel vision. The ideal limit then is slightly more than what each player can handle. Testing is the best way to determine what this threshold is for your players, but as a proxy, observing what level of UI scaling or even map zoom your players use can reveal how much information they're generally comfortable with. Let's look at some examples in practice. For the skill tree, we funnel all players through an overview screen that calls out useful details to guide players to specific subsections within the full tree. We also greatly limit the amount of skill tree you can see at once, and label both the major category and subcategory that the player is currently navigating. We could have fit more information, but this was the ideal level of focus for most of our players. This pattern of showing an overview first with shortcuts to various subcategories is one of our most successful interface patterns in Survivor. Even for players that know exactly where they're going, overviews provide shortcuts that let them skip more efficiently to their destination. This is one of the hardest decisions to defend and requires continuous vigilance. Why? Well, as your team gets more familiar with your interface over time, there'll be this natural pressure to bring forward more subcategories or detailed information onto this screen. Remind your stakeholders that even for the fastest reading players, all the information is still initially new to players, and the vast majority of your players will not be re-entering your menus over and over thousands of times in the same way that a game developer would. But most importantly, banner blindness is perilously easy to trigger, which is why we have to be very strict on how much information is presented on a single screen. So that's keeping a tight focus on information. What about the controls used to navigate this information? Well, we observed our players defaulting to a variety of different inputs when it came to navigating interfaces. For example, some of our players prefer using thumbsticks to navigate, while others prefer the precision and cardinality of the D-pad. When it came time to exit a menu, some players prefer to use the same button they opened a menu with. For example, preferring to open and close a menu by tapping the same pause button twice. Meanwhile, other players prefer to leave a menu with a face button, like hitting B or circle. Our solution was to simplify the interface controls and provide redundant pathways to navigate. So now, thumbstick and D-pad do the same thing, and exiting the pause menu can happen with either the pause button or a B button. players no longer had to learn a special way of navigating our interfaces, which in turn reduces cognitive friction. This is another challenging decision to implement though, because it takes away the number of unique button prompts that are available to you as a game designer at any given time. But generally speaking, we found that if we felt the need for extra menu buttons, we were probably on the verge of making our menu too complex. Obviously, this is heavily genre dependent, and even we needed to break this rule with exceptions, like offering a floor switcher for our holomap that uses the D-pad. So, you've laid out your interface, you've focused your information and your inputs. Well, how do you best draw attention to what's new for each player? Our players are already constantly mitigating an influx of notifications from their other devices in their daily lives. We hypothesized that at a certain point, having dozens of new or unread indicators on lore entries, abilities, customization items, etc. would tap into the same notification stress. To make matters worse, these notifications pile up the less you use these menus, giving certain players a wall of unread icons. And frankly, giving these players a mark all as read option felt like a blunt instrument at best or an admission of defeat at worst. Our solution was providing a combination of two strategies. First, providing temporary highlights that self-dismiss, and second, unobtrusive, always available recaps. For example, in our character customization, unseen items are highlighted in a new category at the front of our list. Now, these same items are still available in their home categories for players that just want to customize a specific wardrobe type, which is another example of, quote, good redundancy. This category disappears when a player closes this menu, which may sound terrifying, but in practice worked well for our players. That said, I strongly suspect that if we had hundreds of new items or microtransactions or item stats, that we would probably approach this differently. In other screens, we provided recent lists that were always available for player perusal, ordered chronologically. But critically, these lists are secondary content as to not distract our players. This completely eliminated our need for new indicators in our databank, and it tested very, very well. As game developers, we don't want players to miss any of the awesome abilities, lore, and customization they've unlocked, and new indicators are a familiar UI pattern for players, which makes them extraordinarily tempting to use. Instead, our team vastly prefers to complement player intent instead of disrupting it, by making sure new indicators are used sparingly and with a short lifespan. So, our team provided recaps for collectibles, but what about all the other activities that a player gets up to? Well, our game features primary objectives, rumors, customization, collectibles, player upgrades, lore entries, and more. And we found that the further away from a main objective a notification was, the less likely players were able to remember acquiring game content. With some exceptions, we do have a passionate core of Poncho fans in our player base. Now, we found that this is true not just within a single play session, but also in a broader industry trend where game time is increasingly fractured. Players get interrupted in a single session, players juggle multiple titles, players pick up a game after months of not playing it. Our previously referenced Inbox Zero is great for single-purpose menus that are very intentional, like customization. But for the overall game, we needed a broader permanent feature, which became our activity log or activity list. On the main pause menu, we had an overarching aggregate card that could then be interacted with for further details on not just what was found, but how to proceed with it. Again, to keep players focused, this is presented in a secondary position as to not draw too much attention. In the future, we'd love to present more specific recap entries instead of the more generalized items we used here, but it was tough to do given the small footprint. Looking even further ahead, it'd be great to summarize where the player is in the overarching narrative if we detect that they haven't played in a while. We already provide these same story beats in our databank, so they could easily be moved front and center. We hope that all of our players will learn and internalize the journey we bring them on, but the reality is that memory is an increasingly significant cognitive challenge. Providing small recaps that don't interject or interfere with the player's intent is a great way to help reorient players without impacting too much of their focus. Now, providing players with quick recaps is only half the battle though. Ideally, the recaps should navigate somewhere. Enter related links. The information we present to players is multifaceted, interconnecting a variety of different features. For example, An NPC may give the player a rumor, which references a specific part of our holomap, which is currently under control of a specific faction that doles out a specific type of reward. But understanding and remembering where all these different aspects are across a sufficiently large game is challenging. There's a long-standing adage that players don't read. The concept of the Wikipedia rabbit hole directly disproves this, though. Or rather, players will read, or browse, or navigate if they're given the right level of interactivity in which to do so. Even players that struggle with text will engage deeper than they otherwise would if they're provided with sufficient interactivity and context. As much as possible, we placed deep link navigation shortcuts to related information so that players can fluidly navigate. For example, the combat tip entry also links to a lore entry on an enemy's faction. This type of contextual deep linking is already presented to players in their everyday life. Hyperlinks, hashtags, tagged accounts, etc., making it a comfortable and readily accessible pattern for games. Deep links means the players don't have to memorize our interface's navigational hierarchy or conduct interface U-turns to get to related information that may interest them. Now, depending on the complexity of the menu, it's a non-trivial exercise to quickly load a new system in for players, but the depth of player engagement we saw made solving this technical hurdle worth it. Finally, let's talk about keeping a record of talking, or conversation histories. We've already talked about recapping other types of information for the player, but dialogue and subtitles were perceived as a unique case by our players. Subtitles and captions can go a long way in helping players understand and retain what's being said, but not everyone reads at the same pace, and high action sequences can make retention extremely challenging. On top of that, in the Star Wars universe, some characters may use very distinct forms of grammar, or refer to in-universe terms and concepts that the player isn't familiar with. Our solution was to add a conversation log in our pause menu that players can review at any time. This log also includes several past conversations, and not just the most recent one, along with speaker names. This feature shoulders the cognitive load of remembering and understanding everything being said, allowing players to stay immersed and focused on the overall experience. But honestly, we were surprised by how popular this feature became. In the future, we'd want to service this even more directly instead of requiring several menu interactions to access. As I was researching the efficacy of this specific feature, two quotes stood out to me. I've included them here with permission. First up is my colleague and fellow accessibility champion Morgan Baker, who writes, "I'm deaf and have a traumatic brain injury. I can't read subtitles and play combat at the same time. This feature made me so happy." My second quote comes from Brooke Fitzwater, one of our players, who says, "Part of my autism diagnosis was low processing speed, so I love that if I miss a piece of dialogue because I was processing something, I can go back and look at what I missed." We've just discussed a lot about thinking, and I think it's a good time to close some of these thoughts, pun fully intended. For us, the core to removing barriers and cognitive accessibility ultimately boils down to keeping a very tight focus on what we present at any given time, providing backup methods for players to revisit information they were previously shown, and integrating these methods to complement behaviors the player was already undertaking instead of disrupting them. When this approach is directly integrated into the design process, we have a maximum benefit across a wide swath of players, including those who would not necessarily consider themselves in need of, quote, cognitive accessibility. Delivering this is truly a multidisciplinary effort, from layout to writing to the technical implementation that drives each of these features. And it would not be possible without working across multiple departments in the Jedi team, not just UI UX, of which we are eternally grateful. For this talk, I'd like to give special thanks to my colleagues Morgan Baker, Suzanne Clatton, and Jonas Lundqvist for their invaluable feedback and insight. I'd also like to thank the entire Jedi Survivor team for actually delivering these features and making this accessibility possible for our players. And finally, I'd like to thank the team at Lucasfilm Games for continuing to embrace our efforts as we strive to make Star Wars games for everyone. That's my time. Thank you so much for watching, and of course, may the Force be with you.
I really love how basically in Elizabeth's talk yesterday, she just all prepared us mentally to be invested in why both Ame's talk and Jordan's talk were so important. And honestly, it was just amazing watching in the Discord. We had a comment from someone who said, I've played Jedi Survivor at least 8 or 9 times, easily have 200 hours. Now I finally understand all of the behind the scenes things that made the game easier for me and why I could keep playing. And I think that's a really great example of, to that person, that player, like it just felt natural. And it's because of what Jordan said that they were doing. And they were working to complement the player intent. And so, with all of these things integrated, it just felt right. It just provided an amazing experience. And it was also really great seeing everything that Jordan was describing here and what they did, because it literally directly hit on some of the challenges that Ame had literally described in the previous talk, of things that she as a player with ADHD needed help with, and that she was setting up her own coping strategies basically to deal with, that going through and getting these integrated into the game itself. I think it's a amazing example, and I would love, especially for more games with a lot of deep lore and a lot of complex world building, to have these options, like even being able to look up these logs and see what was said and who said them, and get context again when you're building these universes where you've come up with your own terminology, your own things that are unique to your game, being able to get that additional time to reference it and make sure it's been fully absorbed. So again, thank you, Jordan, for your amazing talk. Everyone said your voice was super zen, and the music definitely added to it. Let us know when you release your audiobook. I'm sure we're going to buy it. And with that, we will take another short break, and we will be back with our panel for today. Thank you. All right. Gentle, gentle whispers for our online folks. I do think maybe for the next GaConf, I'll get like music, like little soothing intro music that I could use to play online. So when I come back, there's some sort of like jingle. Maybe that'll be nicer and less jarring for the folks online than me just showing up and being like, "Hey, we're back." But I've been trying to do the gentle whisper, so at least you get like a more quiet introduction. Um, so this next panel is a very special panel for us. It's actually honoring the legacy of Brandon Cole and the work that he did and his impact on video games. Now, Brandon was actually a speaker at the very first ever game accessibility conference. Years ago, we were at this venue in San Francisco that was like not near anything at all. He was one of our speakers, and he gave a really fantastic talk, which is kind of where the hashtag Open for Naughty Dog comes from, which they'll discuss a little in here. From the very beginning, Brandon was always a joker. So at the very first event, which had all live speakers, I had been sitting in the front row with like a timer, and people who wanted like a heads up that they were going to run over time, like I could like hold up like 5 minutes, 2 minutes, whatever, wrap it up. And he was like, "Oh man, I'm gonna be able to run over because I can't see when she's doing that." I was just like, "Oh no, Brandon, I've already thought about this. I've developed a tapping system on the stage so that you'll know exactly how much time you have left." And so right away, there was always just this kind of, this levity and these jokes that he would make about being blind, but then he would always be able to follow it up in such a way that it made you think about how to be more inclusive and how to be better as a game developer for those without vision. So I am really pleased to share this panel of blind players who were impacted by the work that he did and wanted to talk about the legacy that his accessibility advocacy has had for all of us. Let's take a look.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to hashtag Open for Naughty Dog, Brandon Cole's enduring legacy. I'm Ross Miner. I'm totally blind, and I'm here with 3 other blind gamers. And we're here to talk about the state of blind accessibility in the industry, but more importantly, Brandon Cole's impact on blind accessibility. And so I'm going to go through with introductions. First, I'll introduce myself. So as I mentioned at the beginning, my name is Ross Miner. I am totally blind and I'm a game accessibility consultant. I've been in the industry for around 5 years. I'm also a content creator where I raise awareness about game accessibility on YouTube and Twitch under just Ross Miner. But yeah, I've worked on games like As Dusk Falls, Sea of Thieves, Madden, and I've spoken at GaConf a couple times, South by Southwest, all in the name of advocating for accessibility. And I also do a bit of audio description narration on the side. I am here with 3 amazing blind gamers. I'll go ahead and preface and say that we had a slight hiccup, and so one of our gamers unfortunately had to record their responses to the questions as opposed to being here in person, but very much so. Really excited to have everyone here. So first, I guess we will start with Carlos.
Hey everyone, my name is Carlos, and I am recently now an accessibility consultant. I've always been a fighting game competitive gamer. I've been around the fighting game scene since 2012 all the way to now, and I go off to offline tournaments. Recently became an accessibility consultant working on Mortal Kombat 1 with NetherRealm Studios, published by WB Games. And so it's good to be here and talk about just the state of accessibility overall and how we can continue to contribute to it. Thank you for having me.
And Michael, go for it.
Alrighty. Hey everyone, I'm Mike Fair, and I guess my big claim to fame was editing the Odyssey magazine and creating it back in the mid 90s, 1996. And it was all about games that were accessible to blind people. And back then, a lot of those games were accidentally accessible, text-based games and such.
Mhm.
So games have been a very deep part of my life from childhood onward, and I've seen the industry grow from the odd tech accidentally accessible text game into Windows-based audio games, and that was a really special place to be and to see all of that unfold. So I'm coming at this from kind of an old school era of gaming now, I guess.
Mhm. Yeah, and then our last person, I'll go ahead and have her introduce herself. We'll play that recording, and we're just going to be doing that for each of these questions.
Before I start my introduction, I'd like to say that I am actually not here today. Instead, I'm using an AI version of myself as I recover from a cold. Also, a quick thank you very much for inviting me to be here today. Hi, my name is Shaylin. I go by Shaysters or Shay. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a totally blind content creator, streamer, accessibility advocate and consultant, and much more.
So after he spoke, Naughty Dog mentioned in their talk that they weren't sure how they could make The Last of Us blind accessible, but that they wanted to reach out to Brandon afterward. And as we know, that happened, and here we are now.
My job is to talk about accessible gaming for blind people and entertain you a little bit as well, because that's just who I am. Like, they didn't tell me to entertain you, I'm just going to. Hashtag GaConf, hashtag open for Naughty Dog.
So Brandon has obviously had a big impact, but before we talk about all that, how did you guys personally know Brandon?
For me, Brandon was a great friend and colleague. He was always there if I needed him. I went from interacting with him in his streams to asking him on tips and tricks for getting started on my consulting journey. This all eventually led to me becoming his social media manager, which you can still find me doing till this day. Working alongside Brandon on projects and finding things to post for him was always an adventure. He was super positive about most things and brought ideas to the table that I sometimes didn't think about, just as he did with his work. I introduced him to different social platforms and tried to come up with more ideas to make possible networking more accessible for him. He was very grateful. He always called me his favorite social media manager or something along those lines. It made me happy knowing I was able to help him, even with something small.
For me, I've been involved in the blind gaming community since maybe 2012 or 2013, but didn't really get started in game accessibility until roughly around 2018 or 2019. But throughout all those years, I always saw Brandon's name come up in some way, shape, or form, but I didn't actually really truly begin following his work until The Last of Us. And I say it all the time, but Brandon is one of the reasons I'm in accessibility now. And so, that's what makes it extra difficult after his passing because, he really just inspired me in so many ways. But yeah, Carlos, go for it. How did you know Brandon?
So fun fact, actually, the way I met Brandon was through you guys. Actually, you and I and him. Actually, I talked about this in somewhere else where after the whole. So what happened was there was this major thing that happened in the fighting game community that it just kind of spread. I started as always a competitive gamer, and went to a major tournament and stuff like that. And then I met you guys. A lot of gamers were talking about that moment and everything. But I mean, obviously you guys kept it going, and so, but we used to hang out in parties. And what I would tell everybody that back then I was just terrible at socializing, period. And so I never kept that relationship, even though Brandon was always there, right? Brandon was always there. We used to get in party chats and play some Mortal Kombat, right? Hang out and all that. And over the years, I later found out about the speech that he made, right? Because I was mostly focused on just, again, the competitive scene. That's where I'm known the most.
Mhm.
But the accessibility thing, it was later on, and it's like, man, he kept it going. Like he kept going, and it was his dream of making games accessible wasn't just talk, you know. And when that happened, it was like, oh my God, like this, you know, this means business, right? And
Yeah.
then here we are now with this thing and with this thing, you know, with The Last of Us and just any like other games and you know, then Forza, and then of course he also worked on Mortal Kombat. And you know, it's part of the reason why I am where I am now too, is literally because of him. He always encouraged me. Like
Yeah.
my thing was, I never wanted to be an accessibility consultant. I'm gonna be honest about that. My thing was like, that's not my thing. You know, I don't see myself that. I'm just a competitor. I'm here to provide entertainment for fighting games, and you know, and provide the skill for it too, right? You know, I'm all about the skills and all that. But it was more like now, and he's like, you need to do it. You need to do it. You need to get in accessibility. Why not? You know, and then when everything came up with NetherRealm Studios, literally where he was sending me messages like, you got this, you know, and he was so humble to the point where he's like, this is your shot, you know, I'm gonna be here just to help out, you know, but this is your moment. But so I mean, that just kind of gives him that personality of like, he wasn't doing it for himself, you know, and that's what I admire about him the most, is that he's doing it for the entire community.
For sure. How about you, Mike?
Well, I never really had a lot to do with Brandon. You know, I encountered his name a lot. I believe he was he read my magazine in the in kind of the later part of its run. It went from 96 to 2004, and he was part of the generation of gamers that kind of wanted desperately to play like mainstream games.
Yeah.
I kind of come from the school of thought that says, you know, if a game to be worth playing needs to provide me with all the information. And I got the sense that, you know, it was kind of different for them. They really desperately wanted to do what their peers were doing, what the sighted world was doing. And so I guess the sense I had of him as time went forward, like Odyssey, of course, after 2004, I kind of passed the torch and tried to do my own thing after that. And so Brandon was kind of that generation as I, you know, sort of watched the conversation that Odyssey started continue, because there's a big list that continued. His name would keep coming up.
Yeah.
And then when the GaConf started happening, he actually got me into one of the earlier panels. I believe it was 2016, uh, something like that, 2018, in that range. He got me into to talk on a panel about accessible games. So that was primarily how I knew Brandon.
Yeah, and Brandon, I mean, he was just, his passion for game accessibility was infectious. And I feel like that's one of the biggest reasons why we all are where we are today. I mean, like I said, he directly impacted me to become a game accessibility consultant. Like before then, it it was very much a far-fetched dream. I didn't think that, frankly, I didn't think the industry would take game accessibility seriously. And you could call me cynical or pessimistic or whatever, but Brandon wasn't that. He constantly fought for that, no matter how, I guess, unrealistic the odds seemed. And so I think that's just one of the biggest ways he's impacted me. Um, I remember when I first got into gaming was through audio games, and actually by extension the Odyssey magazine. Um, and I remember reading through it and just learning that, you know, I could even play video games as someone who's totally blind. But I would not be surprised if I found Brandon's name in there somewhere. And that's kind of where he's sort of been, like, in the back of my mind all the years I grew up, because when I heard about him consulting on Last of Us, I was like, who is that guy? I've definitely heard his name before. And so Brandon was a very, very vocal and impactful member of the blind gaming community, the audio games community. Um, it's very much a name that people just know, in my opinion.
Certainly, you know, to see where games went, like when his name started gaining more traction,
Hmm.
and you saw like going from the audio games into the mainstream, really getting people playing like Mortal Kombat more, things like
Yeah.
that. And it's like, oh wow, okay, so these games, there's enough sound for people to do, what they need to do. And I was a very hard sell with that. I wanted, like, if you didn't have all the information,
Mhm.
was it worth doing, right?
Mhm.
And plus there's, all the costs involved and stuff. So I viewed it as, if this gains enough traction, then those arguments will fall down, right? If enough people, and it looks like, Brendan was one of the people who were really pushing for that. And I
Yeah.
wished him all the best. I didn't know how successful that would be, but
Yeah.
you see the accessible description at the Game Awards and stuff and things like that would keep happening. It's like, wow, this is really turning into something.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, just grabbing a drink. What about you, Carlos? Any other thoughts?
No, I mean, I think it's pretty much at this point has been, where we've sort of been, uh, kind of sharing, I guess, our how he made that impact because, I mean, there are so many games now that it's expected to have accessibility and just the level of impact that he had with just us being able to also be a part of that discussion of
Yeah.
pre-releases, right, of
Yeah.
or any games that come out is like, oh, is this game gonna be accessible, is this game gonna have these features, and so it's that he pretty much like a lot of those ideas are pretty much the standard now, right?
Yeah.
Navigation
Like,
assist, the screen
hmm
reader, all these things, even for low vision users, right? Like,
hmm
like the magnification, the large text, the fonts, like
Yeah.
the bold text, all of that. So he wasn't just thinking about the blindness side, like total blindness. He was thinking about, what about my low vision peers, right? Like, how are they going to access this information? What about color contrast? You can make the characters. So the Last of Us is like such a good template specifically for the blind, right? Since
Yeah.
that's I because I understand that uh, for other disabilities, I could kind of see, it could need some improvements and all that. But for the most part, for the blind, I think like that is like the template, especially like what Michael was talking about, the information. That was my biggest gripes for games back in the day. Yes, like I would try fighting games and stuff like that, but we had to like do that extra work to find that information that it's right there on the screen, right?
hmm
And now we have the screen reader, and thanks to Brandon for that.
Yeah. No, we're definitely gonna in just a second talk a bit more just on his massive impact on the industry. And just one thing I really wanted to touch on final was just how much Brandon uplifted others. Because like you said, Carlos, like Brandon ha helped you, get in touch with NetherRealm with, to work on Mortal Kombat. Um, I think you said it earlier that he was very humbled that he definitely could have like just been like, oh great, I got hired to work on Mortal Kombat, but instead he looped you in because he knew, in my opinion, like you're the blind Mortal Kombat guy, and so like it was only right for you to work on the game and have a say on the features that were implemented, and so I just think that that speaks a lot about Brandon's character, in addition to just all the videos he made, all the articles he wrote. Uh, uh, just to educate blind gamers and developers, of course, on, is XYZ game accessible or the state of the industry. So we've established that Brandon has had a huge impact on the industry and blind accessibility and just the way that developers view the potential of blind accessibility. So I want to talk about where we are currently in the gaming industry. If there are any wins, losses, frustrations that you have currently.
I think blind accessibility in gaming has progressed since Brandon's talk in 2017. He's brought us quite a few accessible titles. But I think this is just the beginning. Brandon started something incredible that I believe we, as consultants, need to carry on for the rest of our lives and beyond. I think a win for me this year is seeing Diablo build more on their accessibility. I feel like much blind accessibility hasn't been very present this year, and I feel like we're going backwards in progress.
For me, I think we had many, many wins in recent history, especially in 2023. So we had three AAA games that were made blind accessible in 2023: Mortal Kombat 1, Spider-Man 2, and Forza Motorsport. And that's if you don't even include like The Last of Us 2 remaster. And all of these were because of Brandon's influence, which is just wild to think about. And so I think that game accessibility currently where it is and blind accessibility in these games, um, I'm still very much of the opinion that I don't want to say we have to be grateful for what we can get, but clearly, in my opinion, that the effort is already there. I think it can only benefit us if we just continue to spread awareness. And so I'm incredibly grateful that I can pick and choose between three or more accessible AAA games. So while 2023 was great for that, 2024, there really hasn't been a ton in terms of blind, these new blind accessible games. But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm disappointed. Game development, that fluctuates a ton. We know that the industry isn't in the most incredible place right now, but despite that, I've talked with a lot of different studios. I know there's still a lot of research being done in the background. And so I don't think that just because there hasn't been anything in 2024, that means that the mission of accessibility is faltering or slowing down. It very well could be that next year there are 2, 3, or 4 more new AAA games that are blind accessible. But curious what both of you think.
So for me, the way I look at it now is, I think you really appreciate the history where it started at a certain point where blind gaming was put in the spotlight, and then Brandon and then you guys kept it going, and we're now where it's expected that a game should have some sort of accessibility.
Yeah.
And so it's a standard now. It's part of the development cycle, right? Instead of
Mhm.
like, oh, what if we do this thing after the game is like pretty much done at that point, and so it makes it a little challenging to do that. So,
Mhm.
one interesting thing that happened. So recently in July, I went to I went back to Evo. For those who don't know,
Yeah.
it's a fighting game, pretty much the worldwide fighting game tournament, and I was talking to a few developers, and the interest for accessibility is like more like there's more interest than ever before. And I think
Mhm.
that's again back to Brandon. Like all of the work that has been done this whole time has made it where a lot of developers are like you said, doing the research and reaching out to people, and trying to understand what accessible features they want on the games. So, and
Mhm.
this particular company has been very open about it. Actually, it's Riot Games with
Yeah.
their latest upcoming fighting game, and so it was just awesome to like see that interest. It's like, hey, well, let's talk about it. Like, let's sit down and let's talk about this. What makes it accessible? Like,
Mhm.
and so they're coming up to us, asking for that feedback, and I think that's a good thing. I mean, you already talked a lot about what already happened in the industry right now and everything. Like, we don't know if we're gonna maybe hopefully get some more games down later down the line that are more accessible. But at the same time, we do have to look at it too, where even though it's becoming more known, but I feel like there's still lots of work to do, right?
Mhm.
That there's
Definitely.
more. Obviously, they're doing the research because the knowledge is still minimal, even though
Mhm.
there's so many good examples now.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's all of us, the gaming industry, the accessibility consultants, uh,
Mhm.
the publishing companies, knowing them as well, how to market to us as well. I feel like the marketing cycles usually don't include us, right?
Oh
We
yeah.
so that's one thing that I definitely want the industry to sort of improve on that. I mean, we like a good example is that I run a series of tournaments, and we showed how you can do a game trailer with audio descriptions with captions, and Naughty Dog did it too. I mean, we were inspired by
Mhm.
them. So I feel like that's one thing that I hope that the industry improves upon is the marketing too. That talk about your accessible features. Don't wait till like the game is out, or some accessibility consultant that is preaching to the
Mhm.
choir is reviewing these games. Look, you want this to become more of a mainstream thing too, as far as just the upcoming features, and everything. Talk about it as part of your development cycle, or as far
Yeah.
as marketing. So that's my thoughts on the state of the industry right now.
No, those Oh man, you make so many good points. Completely agree with you on the marketing. Making those accessibility features known before launch. But then yeah, audio described trailers. I mean, pictures with alt text on social media. These things talking about these features beforehand get people hype, in my opinion, at least in the disabled gaming community. But in terms of yeah, improvement to games, I mean, for blind accessibility, there are so many genres that we haven't really touched yet, for many different
Really?
reasons that are kind of beyond the scope of this panel, I feel. But like open world games, there isn't really a blind accessible open world game or FPS. We've made steps with accessible FPSs with like Gears 5, I would say is very accessible, or has accessibility features for blind gamers. I know there are a handful of blind gamers that play Call of Duty. Um, but I personally, yeah, would love to see some of these genres be more accessible, and it's my dream to make some of these genres accessible that we just have never had access to before. I've always wanted to just bring a new system, a new design to a game where similar to like I'm sure how it was with Brandon and Forza, like, hey, I want to drive a car, let's make this happen. I'm the same. Like, hey, I want to explore an open world and get immersed in that world. Let's make this happen. I'm rambling a ton. What about you, Mike?
Okay, well, I'm coming at this from outside the console sphere. And that's, one of the reasons is expense and the lack of choice. If I plunk down half a grand on a console,
Mm-hmm.
there has to be choice of games that I'm actually interested in playing. Fighting games don't really appeal to me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one, there's so much low-hanging fruit
Mm-hmm.
that hasn't been hit. And we've seen that like outside the console space. Um, there's a lot of even games that could be accessible, games that are totally text-based, games that I can envision ways you could do like a side scroller and have that accessible platform game accessible on iPhone. Can
Mm-hmm.
picture how that could be done. Can't do it myself. Have no idea. I'm not a programmer. I'm an English
Mm-hmm.
major, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, different headspace there. So I see all this activity, and you've got a lot of really now excellent examples of this is how things could be. And then what we need now is depth of choice,
Mm-hmm.
depth of possibilities and really tap into that feedback, get that feedback from the community early. Don't wait till after. Don't wait till you're shipping the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do it from day one if you can.
Yeah.
That's I think unfortunately a lot of these things. I've had occasions where I've made suggestions to developers and they were like, "Oh, if only I'd known that like months ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could have done something about that."
Yeah.
We've seen some really big strides in mobile gaming recently.
Mm-hmm.
I'm of course my gaming is primarily on iOS now,
Mm-hmm.
and there have been thanks to this Unity plugin that
Yeah.
Apple made, that has unleashed a lot of potential. I'm playing a couple of card games now,
Yeah.
monster fighting card games, Doncaster.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's 1,000+ cards in that game.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you could have something like that accessible like 5 years ago. Wouldn't have
Mm-hmm.
happened. But
Yeah, and
now,
I was going to say, you and I were talking about that before we started recording, and I was just to confirm. So the Doncaster app was made accessible through that Unity plugin, right?
yes, that's as I
Yeah.
understand it. It seems,
Mm-hmm.
and Brock the Investigator. There's another case, a
Yep.
graphic adventure game that of the style that would be completely inaccessible. Even as much as 3 years ago, I don't think we even had one example of that kind of game. And now you've got this very widely sold game,
Mm-hmm.
fully done to be accessible to the point where if a puzzle is too hard for a player, you can skip over. You might not get exactly the same experience as you would if you could see it, but you can meaningfully play it.
Yeah,
And
that's what
that's one
matters.
thing Brandon really was focused on is meaningful play.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be exactly the same experience, but it has to be a meaningful experience. It can't just be going along listening to a game. And
Yeah.
I've leaned more into I want the full experience. I don't want to miss out on aspects and still count it as accessible. So I'm a bit of a harder sell, I think, in that area.
Yeah.
You know.
And yeah, so we're gonna move it to the next question to sort of wrap things up. And we already touched on this a lot, so we can almost continue the discussion. But where would you like to see things headed in the future?
With titles like Diablo and Star Wars proves that accessibility can be implemented in future game updates. I'd love to see more of this happen. For the future, I would love to see blind accessibility grow more and more over the next few years. Another thing I'd like to see is more studios reaching out for feedback or giving consultants more opportunities to work with them in pre-development stages, so titles are already working on accessibility from the ground up.
For me, something I did want to touch on with the current state of blind accessibility and then going forward is audio descriptions. Um, to be honest, I was very, very surprised that the gaming industry just accepted audio descriptions with open arms. I had always thought about it, but again, I was like, I don't know if people would be open to that. Like, I don't know if the industry is ready. Well, guess what? Brandon didn't have those thoughts, and I hope Reese from Descriptive Video Works doesn't mind me saying this, but he tells me the story how when he was researching, audio descriptions in gaming and the feasibility of implementing them, he had a lot of people who weren't interested, who said it couldn't be done, and he was about to give it up. But then his final call for the day was with Brandon Cole, and Brandon Cole sold him on audio description. So again, it just can't be understated the impact Brandon had with blind accessibility, because he arguably initiated this huge splash that audio description has had. And so on that note, I would love audio description efforts to be continued and to be expanded on. I believe, Spider-Man 2 is the first game to have AD that kind of integrate into the game cutscenes, not just cinematic cutscenes. So there are definitely, occasions in the game where there are QuickTime events that the audio description flows seamlessly through and around as if it's quite literally playing while you're playing the game as well, if that makes sense. So on that note, I would really love to one day play a game that has audio descriptions while I'm playing. And again, I feel, oh my gosh, am I asking too much? Like, are people going to think this is too much work, blah, blah, blah. But realistically, I do think it can be done where if I'm walking throughout an environment, that it can be described to me as I'm exploring it. And I don't think that these would be traditionally, just traditional audio descriptions. I think that they would, have to be like shorter, or like, like your word count would have to be limited, and you'd have to keep an eye on that. But I just really love the idea of being able to explore a game and like have it be described as I'm exploring, not just during cutscenes. So that's something I would love to see more of in the future. I'm sure I could say more, but I want to give everyone else a chance.
You mentioned about the audio description. I think that will work perfectly for open world games, right?
Yeah.
That I think that's you can have some kind of pinpoint, whatever that kind of whatever a navigation. Because I feel like even a navigation assist in an open world kind of limits the experience too, because of it's supposed to be for like an objective, right? Usually that's the main design of it, but I'm sure that there's some geniuses out there that can figure this out, right? But I mean, audio descriptions will go a long way, like as you're going. So I'm thinking about it as you were talking about it. I'm like, hey, that's actually a really good idea that can be implemented. But to answer the question, for me, I'm more about like the testing aspect of the accessibility, right? Where you in like how you have so again in a fighting game scene we have testers for the glitches or bugs, or in terms of the fighting itself, like any they call it infinites, where you can do something over and over without any consequence.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So it will be awesome if they can also start implementing that sort of of feel of the part of the development cycle where you can go in there. I mean, I know that the consultants are technically that, right? But it would be awesome to actually have a department specifically, like a QA tester
I
specifically
agree.
for the
I
accessibility.
absolutely agree,
We
Carlos.
need QA testers for that. So that way it's in-house as well. So that way you can get more developers who are possibly like have that impairment themselves, that disability, to go in there and do that. And so that way you can know that, hey, this game is coming out with accessibility features because we have QA testers. We have QA specialists that can go in there and test all these things. And so for me it's that, and just for more publishing companies to not be afraid of talking about accessibility, because I still feel like it's still there, right? People are still kind of hesitant to talk about it, and you see it like Mike brings a good point about like mobile gaming, where like a lot of these games, when they if they come out with accessibility features, a lot of these indie gamer developers, they're proud of it. Like Brockton Instrument is a good example. They're like, hey, we're doing this for iOS now. Accessibility features are coming through, expect. And so that already generates that hype that every other gamer wants, and so that will be my two like main things. I have another one, but I know that once we're done, I'm gonna think about it, and I should have said that kind of thing. So
I know, right? There's just so much to say,
it's just
so
so much
little
to
time.
yeah, but Mike, so yeah, I want to pass it on to Mike because I'm sure he's got a lot to say.
Sure.
Well, yeah, a few things. I mean, I'd really like to see just baseline awareness grow more about the tools and about the blindness market that we're out there. I think a lot of developers don't realize. We have a few champions in the iOS gaming space now. The developer behind Six Ages, David Dunham, he put a lot of work. He hired an intern to basically help him make that game accessible. It
Oh,
was not
wow.
designed for everybody. It was designed for sighted people. And then, back when he did King of Dragon Pass, it was like, well, we could make this accessible. Someone wished that would happen, and then it was. And so I've seen a lot of those kinds of experiences, and then once the developer has done it, they become real champions. The developer of A Dark Room is another case in point. And so we have a lot of these people spreading awareness, and that is, I think, going to help us. And now that they can tap more easily if they're using Unity into the accessibility tools that Apple provides, they don't have to reinvent the wheel as much. And that will help. So if we can minimize the effort that it takes to make a game accessible, like it's not just like throwing a switch. It takes effort. It really does. So I would like to see a much broader dearth of genre of game become accessible than is right now. There are a lot of too many genres that aren't well represented, and then we have a history of concept cases, right, where we get an example. Like there's a version of pinball, there's a version on PC that made the rounds, and there's a version on iOS that could really be developed. It's an example of how you could make a pinball game work sonically. Someone could take that and really, give us a full-blown version of that. Doncaster is a case in point where this is a real full, deep card game of the fighting trading card monster kind of these games, and it gives us a taste of just what these games can be if things are taken to a more maximal level, right? And so I'm hoping to see more examples of that, where we don't just get the concept proof, simplified kind of experience, but we get the real, the meaty, top quality, deep experience that could be. I think with description and sound, I mean, there's an area where you really need to use sound. It's speed is everything with this kind of stuff. If we're going through an open world where things are happening like live, we can't wait around for it to be described, even if some of us can understand speech at ungodly rates, like my wife. I can't do that, and I wouldn't want to for enjoyment of a game. I want to relax, really feel immersed in the experience. And so I need the sounds to do a lot of the show for me. I need them to really, be used well enough so that I can take in what's happening.
Mhm.
Not probably not quite as quickly as you can with sight, but something akin to that, so that you'd have something like the same experience.
Yeah,
Otherwise you have to
mhm. I
otherwise you have to
completely
alter
agree.
them.
I completely agree. Especially about just expanding to new genres. Like I already mentioned it before about like FPS games, open world games, but like even just genres that we already have access to, like Doncaster, is this card game, but I love those kind of games and I want more of that. So, we have Slay the Spire, the accessibility mod, on PC, but Slay the Spire
See,
2 is coming out, and will that game have an accessibility mod? I don't know, but I
it,
know that
it,
game
I
is
want to
on
get rid
mobile.
of I want to get rid of the mods and have it just done by the
Yes,
developers
yes,
from day
exactly,
one. That would
exactly, and
because you know why
Here's
I
my
had a
thing. Here's my thing. Hire those developers who are doing it, the community,
mhm,
like, the community developers, get them on board and they already got the knowledge, you know?
yeah,
because
Because I want to add to that a little bit too. Like, I mean, even look at like, for example, we have like, say, RS games for like Uno, Monopoly, all that stuff, right?
mhm,
But wouldn't it be cool if we can actually play on PC that visual version of Monopoly or Uno,
yeah,
right? Just add like whatever it needs to make it accessible, which a lot of it is text based, right? A lot is point and
mhm,
click. So do that, but I mean, and the notion of like getting them out of getting the mods. Yeah, I feel like, hey, these modders are pretty genius. Why not have that stuff in house, so that way you can just install a game and just,
yeah.
that's out of the box. I'm with
yeah.
Michael on that
So
100%.
on
The
on
more
this topic, sorry, I really hate to cut you off, but we do have to wrap it up soon. I'm just gonna give you guys one last question and make it nice and quick because if I'm correct, we're almost out of time. But if you had one dream game that you could help make accessible, that you could consult for, what would it be? For Shay, since this was a very last minute question, her answer is, I don't have any particular game I'd like to work on, but I'm open to any opportunity as I believe that all games should be accessible. Mine, it is so difficult to pick, but right now, I guess since I've been on a card game kick, I'm a huge Magic the Gathering fan, and I would love to work to make like Arena on mobile and PC accessible. Just because I love Magic, and I've always wanted to play the online version. I see blind people asking about it all the time too. Since there's a Hearthstone accessibility mod, people ask, "Oh, is Magic accessible?" So I would love to see that. But what about you, Carlos? What is your dream game?
Oh man, I'm gonna have to think about this one. So Mike, if you want to take it real quick, this is a hard one. This is a tough one.
Yeah. For me, I go back to something like Gauntlet,
Mhm,
the arcade game. I would love to play that game in a fully accessible manner where you can hear where the monsters are, where you could join your friends and go on this adventure
mhm,
with other actual players and just have that kind of arcade sense of speed and fun and lunging at those treasures, killing those monsters.
mhm.
It would just be a blast, that's the kind of, and I think I can imagine how it might be doable, but
For
I
sure.
can't do it, right?
Yeah. How about you, Carlos?
This is hard,
I
because
know, right?
I'm a hardcore gamer and I follow everything, and it's like, man, what
Yep.
do I want? But if I was to pick, really, it would have to be probably the next Gears of War.
Yeah,
Um,
man. Yeah.
yeah, because Gears 5 had good potential. Like, I mean, it
Yeah.
was doable. It did require patience. That the screen reader was great. Everything
Hmm.
was good, like, for the most part. But I know it could use some improvements. I would love to be a part of that.
Hmm.
Work on some ideas here and there. Now that I'm not as afraid of thinking outside, like, just the fighting game genre. So again, because of Brandon, that his encouragement. It's like,
Yeah.
step outside your box, man. That's just try it out. And so that will be probably like my game to go to. And yeah, I mean, that will be the only thing. Another one will be Halo. Like, Halo Infinite was so close,
Yeah,
so
man.
close. Halo will be, those games, like, to make it more playable. That way we can just step out of our comfort zone, as far as me, like, what in my genre that I'm with, and just try different other games like that. I think that will be,
Yeah.
but I know that there is a challenge to make those things accessible, especially like in the competitive scene, because that's just things that new discussion comes up. But those are,
Hmm.
I guess, will be Gears of War will be mine.
Yeah. And it is difficult because like I want to say like open world games like if I could play Skyrim, I've always wanted to play Skyrim, and just
Oh, yeah.
there's still so much potential out there. There's still so much to make accessible, but
Can I switch mine? Grand Theft Auto. Grand
yeah,
Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto. That's it.
yeah.
Grand Theft Auto. That will be, yeah. Now that you mention it, Grand Theft Auto will be
Oblivion.
it. Oh,
Yes, I'd like to do
Yeah, right.
Oblivion.
Like there's just too many.
it's just
to
too
pick.
many games. This is a hard question. So.
Yeah, I mean, but like we have a taste now. Like one of you guys mentioned before, is like we're asking more for these features now because we have a taste. We know it can be done. There are games that have already done it. So like let's keep expanding on that. But we are going to wrap up the panel here. I have a feeling I'm going to have to make some cuts in post to make sure that this fits the time limit. But as you can see, just there's always so much to talk about. We are all really passionate about blind accessibility and where we are in the industry. We want to play these games, and we know there is a large blind community out there who wants to play these games. We're just 4 people. We don't speak for everyone, but we do know that the demand is there, and a lot of our efforts, a lot of our passion and advocacy has started because of Brandon. And so I hope we just in some way honored his memory, in some way did it justice to demonstrate just how much he impacted our lives and our passion for game accessibility and our need to play these games with everyone else. But thank you all so much for watching this panel, and hopefully you will see us in another GaConf in the future. If you'd like to get in touch with me, you can find all of my info at rossminer.com/links. For Carlos, you can find him on X and YouTube at KH_Rattlehead and on Twitch at KH_Rattlehead.
If you'd like to keep in touch, you can find me on most platforms as Shasters. That's spelled SHAYSTERS. You can also email me at shastersofficial@gmail.com.
Well, everyone, you can reach me at michael.fair@gmail.com, and fair is F as in Frank, EIR. And that's probably the easiest way. I'm also on Mastodon at mfair@mstdn.social. You can find my blog at michaelfair.blogspot.com. And on that, you'll find my book, Personal Power, Getting the Most from iOS as a Totally Blind User. Hopefully, that'll be helpful, and you can reach me in those ways. Happy to hear from you.
Years ago, when I first started in game accessibility, there were a lot of myths and incorrect statements about if AAA games could ever be made accessible. And at the same time, there was a lot of conversation of, well, do blind people play games? And, back then, that's when Brandon confidently stood up and said, no, because you won't let me. Like I am trying and you're not servicing me, I always call it the terrible Ouroboros of, did we not have blind players because they didn't want to play games, or did we not have blind players because they couldn't play games, so they didn't want to play games, so they didn't and he stood up and was like, no, I want to play, please help me. And he made that space where he could advocate. And one of the things that was talked about in this panel, as we look forward, as we continue on with Brandon's legacy as developers, is creating more games and more genres that our blind players will be able to play. So there was a game review by Grant Stoner, who isn't blind but has a physical disability. And I wish I could remember what game it was. But this particular game, which was a genre he had never had access to before, he was able to play, and he was able to say, I play this game, I absolutely hate it, I'm so excited. Because literally he had never had the opportunity to even play that genre and develop an opinion on it. And I think right now, a lot of our blind gamers are in a similar space. There are entire genres that they don't have access to, that they don't know if they like yet, because we haven't presented them with the opportunity to say, I love it, or dear God, I don't want to play this anymore. And they should have the right to be able to pick what games they get to play. And right now, they don't really get to pick they have a very short selection. And it's our job as game accessibility specialists to not only advocate for blind players, but open the door for blind players to have interactions with our dev teams. So, a little bit of insight into Forza Motorsport. So, that team had been trying to crank on some sort of solution for no vision driving for a couple of years. Like, you can go back, there's a talk from like 2018 or 2019 at the Game Accessibility Conference where John Knowles says, like, we're trying to do this, we don't know how. And, you know, obviously, like, Brandon won it in there. And you know what? I couldn't make any studio contract someone. As much as I would have loved to have that sort of power or budget, that is not what my job entailed at Xbox. But I could provide an opportunity. So what did I do? I had Brandon come in and give a talk about game accessibility and gaming as someone without vision. And did I happen to make sure key people from the Forza team got their invites so they would see it? Yes. So you have to be able to think, how can you use your role and your opportunity to crack open the door to give voice to players like Brandon so that they are able to make the real difference? Because yeah, after that, you know, there was an audio guy named Chase who was like, yo, can you give me Brandon's email? And I was like, absolutely. I've actually already sent it to you. This was pre-written, pre-scheduled. I was just waiting for the talk to be over. And so, you know, here we are a couple of years later and getting to work with Brandon as well as additional blind consultants. Forza Motorsport made a driving game that you can play without sight. And, you know, he was a key part of that. We have to replicate that success and we have to give opportunities to more people like Brandon. And that is how we can continue to honor Brandon's legacy as we go forward. So with that, I want to thank all of our panelists again for sharing their insights, for sharing their memories, and sharing what they want to get out of games. And I know that that panel is a lot to digest, which is why I'm going to send you to lunch. So we are officially going to break for lunch. It will be an hour. The food is set up the same as it was last time. For those of you with dietary restrictions, your food will be out on the separate table to make sure that it is safe. And yeah, we will now officially take our lunch break. Thank you so much, everyone. Hello, everyone online. We're coming back from lunch. I'm being quiet so I don't scare you. Or I scare you less, because we've established I still scare you even when I whisper. Hello, everyone. I hope you all had a absolutely delicious lunch. There was a debate. Some people were debating which sandwich they should get. By some people, I mean DJ was debating which sandwich he should get, and I kept trying to tell him just to take both. But something about watching calorie intake, so I just ate both sandwiches for him. Because I decided if he was really concerned, the best thing I could do as a friend and someone who wants to help him on his health journey was just remove the option of eating the other sandwich. Because both were really good. I love that chicken tarragon. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming back. So we're going to kick off our series of lightning talks this afternoon. Now, unfortunately, Steve Saylor is on a plane after coming back from a consulting gig, so he is not actively in the Discord at this very second. But once he gets home, he will be there later. So we're going to see this presentation from Steve Saylor on his super great video series of Dungeons and Disabled. If you have not already checked it out, I highly recommend that you watch that series. It is hysterical. And when he lands and has safely returned home, he will answer all of your questions in Discord. So let's check out the video.
Hello! I hope you're having an amazing game accessibility conference. I wish I was there in person. Hopefully someday I can be able to come back again in person. It's been a while. I think it was like 2018, 2019. I can't even remember at this point. But it's been a while. Anyway, I hope you're having a great time and you're learning a lot. I wish I could be able to be there. Hopefully, I don't know when by the time I'm recording this, I don't know whether or not I'm going to be able to even be there virtually. But if I am, I'm in the Discord right now. So I hope you're having a great time and learning a lot. I'm definitely going to have to check out some amazing sessions that I really wanted to be able to check out. I'll have to watch the VODs later for that. Anyway, hi, I'm Steve Saylor, and I'm going to be talking about something today that is not necessarily video game related, but it is still in the realm of gaming, and that is tabletop role-playing games, or more specifically, Dungeons and Dragons, and how playing Dungeons and Dragons has sort of taught me some interesting things about accessibility and disabilities that I think could be incorporated not only into your work, but also even into working within studios and even consultants as well. So this has a more broader topic, as it were. So today's topic is called More Than a Saving Throw: How Dungeons and Disabled Shows the Strength of Adaptability. So for those who may not know, I'm Steve Saylor, accessibility consultant, content creator, Twitch ambassador, and also dungeon master for the show Dungeons and Disabled. If you notice, we actually have merch. There's a really cool leather jacket. I'm also wearing one of the Dungeons and Disabled t-shirts. You can be able to get that at dungeonsanddisabled.com. But speaking of the show, Dungeons and Disabled is a tabletop role-playing actual play podcast where a bunch of nerdy disabled players plays Dungeons and Dragons and other TTRPGs as well. It was led by me, the Dungeon Master. And it is, I have a picture here of some of my players, not all, but some of my cast that we were able to record some amazing sessions at TwitchCon this year. From left to right, there is Thormangander, myself, Ashlina, Ellie Joy Panic, and Mike the Quad, and we were all able to record some amazing D&D at TwitchCon, and you can be able to check it out. Actually, that series is premiering like right now throughout the entire month of October and a little bit of November. It's called Welcome to Haven's Rest, and it's a really cool kind of like little mini series that we've been doing for the show. Now, Dungeons and Disabled essentially is an actual play podcast where basically this is a show that's dedicated to the disabled community who loves tabletop role-playing games. We want to show the best representation, not only in the simplest of terms, having a space for us to play, but also showcasing how characters in these worlds can be disabled heroes or villains and aren't just stereotypes. Our mission essentially is to try to be able to best represent disabilities and including accessibility within the fantasy setting of Dungeons and Dragons or any other tabletop role-playing games. And I have 3 rules that I go by when it comes to specifically the show. Everyone who sits at our table has a disability, or like either visible or invisible. I've had a wide variety of players with a wide variety of disabilities that have been able to incorporate either within their disabilities within the game itself or within the story itself, but also providing their experiences as a disabled player within the space. And it's been really great to be able to kind of work with them and try to be able to make not only just amazing stories, but also trying to be able to make playing D&D as comfortable as possible around, like working around their basically adapting around their disability. And also the second rule is the players can play as either a disabled character or as a non-disabled character. I never want to be able to force anyone to play with someone with disability because it is a fantasy game. I want them to feel comfortable enough that if they want to play someone without disability and be a hero or a villain in our story, I want them to be able to feel free to do that, because sometimes being in a fantasy world, we want to kind of live outside of our own disability sometimes, and being able to play a hero or villain that essentially that can be able to save the world and be able to do amazing things. I want them to be able to feel free to be able to do that and not let a disability specifically get in the way of how they want to play their character. So I always give them that option. And now, thankfully, and I have been blessed that I've been able to work with players to be able to that they've wanted to incorporate disabilities into their character, and I'll talk about how we've been able to do that in a minute. But I love being able to work with these players in creating amazing story moments and amazing stories, again, that it just best represents people with disabilities. But not every story is about about disabilities in general. I'm always open to be able to create stories that can basically, you could take the disabilities out of the story and it still would be a great story. I never wanted to necessarily fully dictate that story. There has been our first one, which is called Escape from Revel's End, does deal heavily with people with disabilities, and the story is heavily based on that. But our second adventure, It's Only Safe at Night, it has there was basically a whole entire story that essentially could have very easily been in any other actual play show. But I guess we also have people with disabilities within the story as well. So we just want to be able to give them that option. And then the third rule is literally just to have fun. I always love being able to jump on basically jump onto a show or play at someone's table that their number one rule is to be able to have fun. Yes, the rules and mechanics of a TTRPG system is there to help guide the story and help guide the players to be able to create amazing worlds, and using mechanics to be able to do that or within the systems themselves. But when it is a role-playing game, and there's often times where mechanics kind of can get in the way. So I love it when tables, and including ours, we always have the rule of cool or the rule of fun. Whatever a player wants to be able to do, I am, as a DM, I am all for it. Case in point, great example within the show was that we had a player that decided to seduce a dust devil, and having to be able to role play that out for 20-30 minutes was a very interesting scenario. And it was honestly one of the highlights of the show and one of the most hilarious moments of the show. You can be able to check that out. It's in that moment is in the campaign It's Only Safe at Night, and I believe it's in episode 2 2, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's in episode 2 or 3. If you want to be able to check that out, it's a really funny moment that I loved. Now, how to incorporate disabilities into D&D. I essentially have kind of like 3 sort of guidelines that I go by when I want working with a player to incorporate disabilities into D&D. Yes, D&D, there is no official mechanics for disabilities in the official rules created by Wizards of the Coast. There are things called Unearth Arcana, which is homebrew modules that have been created by fans of D&D or players of D&D that is available for any dungeon master or game master or any players to be able to incorporate into their game. Most famously, sort of an unofficial module is created by Mark Thompson, which is the combat wheelchair. It is most famously was used in Critical Role, where Matt Mercer had created an NPC that used the combat wheelchair within campaign 2 of Critical Role. And I've also used a basic version of the combat wheelchair within Dungeons and Disabled as well. If you want to be able to actually check out some amazing resources on incorporating accessibility and not only just for the players within the game, but also disabilities within the world of D&D itself, or just TTRPGs in general, I have all the resources that we use for the show at dungeonsdisabled.com. I have to give a major shout out to Jennifer Kritchmer, who helped sort of kind of create for me, or create just in general, a kind of core base of resources and guidelines that she has collected that I've been able to use within the game itself. Including the combat wheelchair. So first sort of guideline that I use for the show is let the player decide what and how. I want the player to decide what type of, if they are going to incorporate disability into their character, what disability they want to be able to create. Sometimes it is their own personal disability because it is something that they are very familiar with. It is a lived-in disability, so they want to incorporate that into D&D. But I also want to help sort of create something that is as representative and as authentic to them and the character they want to create as best as possible. So I let the player decide, and then we work together. We always have a session 0 before we even start playing as a group that I always sit down one-on-one with the player, and we work together to create mechanics that are best represent their disability, because not every mechanic that we use is useful for different for another player with a character with a disability, because as we all know, disability is a spectrum. Oftentimes, what works for one, it doesn't work for another. So we're always basically adjusting and customizing mechanics that fit best to what the character, the player, wants to play. Second guideline is I never give disadvantage for disabilities. For those who may not know D&D mechanics, essentially it is a disadvantage means if a player wants to do something and the dungeon master says you roll it at disadvantage, it generally means that it is something that the player may not know how to do, or there is something preventing them from being able to do a task, and they have to roll 2 d20s, and they take the lowest number that is rolled, and that is, and then they add their any modifiers to that, and that becomes their number that they're trying to be able to reach the challenge level that the dungeon master has set. I don't, and sort of a common example of what people think that using disadvantage with disabilities is that if you have someone with a motor disability and they want to do something that requires a dexterity check or a dexterity saving throw, oftentimes the most common stereotype is to give the player disadvantage for that dexterity saving throw. I don't do that. I always will allow the player, if they roll a natural 20, I still want to be able to which is sort of like generally kind of seen as an overwhelming success within the game. I still want the players to be able to potentially have an opportunity for success. But if they are playing a motor disabled character and they are doing a task that their disability would normally get in the way, if they roll a nat 20, essentially they may have like a -1 or a -2 to their roll. So they may hit, like, if they don't have any modifiers, they may say, and they have a -2 because of their disability, they would roll an 18. Now, that challenge level I have set within the game could potentially be either a 17, which would mean that it's an automatic success based off of their roll anyway, regardless of the minus that they have in the game. But also, if say, for instance, it is a 22 is the challenge level, and their modifier is a minus, then yeah, they may have a success, but it may come with a sort of a caveat or an asterisk. So I never want to like take away that potential moment of a really fun moment within the game if because their disability is what got in the way of that. So that's why I never have disadvantage within the within anything that require like a disability would prevent them from being able to do a task or may get in the way of doing a task. And the third guideline is using D&D mechanics to make disabilities authentic. Even though there is no official rules, I want to be able to incorporate the proper D&D mechanics to adapt around a disability. So, for instance, we have an example of we use chronic pain. Several players have used chronic pain as a disability within the game. So we created a mechanic where, using off of some resources that I was able to find online, and we were able to homebrew it for our game, is if at the end of a long rest, which is generally at the end of a night of sleep, a player will roll a d20 die. If they get a 2 or lower, then they get they get either 1 point or 2 points of exhaustion. Generally, if they roll a 1, that generally is a natural 1, which usually means is an automatic failure within the game. So in this case, for chronic pain, they start the day with 2 points of exhaustion. And basically what exhaustion is within D&D, if you have 1 point of exhaustion, that you do have disadvantages on certain saving throws. And if you have 2 points of exhaustion, not only do you have disadvantage on saving throws, but you also have your speed is generally halved. So instead of being able to go 30 feet within 6 seconds, which is generally considered a round within D&D, you can only go 15 feet. Now, you may be wondering, does that contradict basically what my rule is for disadvantage at the table? And in this particular case, it's still using D&D as a mechanic of with disadvantage, but it still is authentic for a player to within the game that, hey, you know what, chronic pain can be like that sometimes. You may not be able to do certain tasks within the game. So I give them that opportunity to be able to create an opportunity for them to be able to, if they wake up and the chronic pain is just overwhelming and it is a natural one, then I want them to be able to, I want that to still be authentic to the disability. So it's never an automatic disadvantage. It just means it's if they roll something and it does create a point of exhaustion, then that's what gives the disadvantage within the game. So I wanted to be able to incorporate that in the game itself. And that kind of leads to the overall aspect of what I think is not only just every character or every player, but I think just people with disabilities in general, is this: adaptability is our superpower. We know what our disability can allow us to be able to do or not do. And we generally are always creating scenarios that we can use to adapt to the world around us. We all know how using the social model of disability, how the world can essentially be disabling to us. So oftentimes we're always creating basically like multiple different plans for us to be able to adapt to the world around us. If there's as an example, if a location doesn't have a ramp, then essentially we would either find a way to either if there's a door that has a ramp, or we find a different location to be able to go to. Like, we always are trying to be able to find ways to adapt to the world around us. And same thing within D&D. We adapt to the world within that is the fantasy setting, the medieval setting that generally D&D sort of sits. We adapt our own disability to the world around us. We are always coming up with different solutions and creative solutions around our disability so that we can still interact and be able to play within the worlds that we're creating. And I think if you kind of look at that from the real world, is that disability, the social model of disability, has limitations. and limitations creates adaptation. We're always creating different sort of scenarios to not use to use an inspirational phrase like overcoming our limitations. But it essentially is, I think, is just overcoming our limitations is adaptation. And then adaptation allows for creative solutions. If you are working as a consultant or as a developer, we all know when we kind of come across a problem or like that within, say, like a particular feature that we want to create accessibility around. We're always kind of brainstorming different ideas on how to be able to make that feature accessible. And I think that is something that we can be able to use within studios or within our own work, in that, because like, and I want to encourage even people to hire people with disabilities, because we're always being able to come up with creative solutions. I always find that creativity works best when we have limitations, when we have deadlines, when we have sort of limits, for like, if, say, for instance, you don't have in a movie space, if you don't have a budget for to be able to create a film, you have to basically be creative. The filmmakers have to be creative with the budget that they have. Same thing can essentially can be incorporated into video game development too. There's always going to be limitations and sort of like that are different sort of scenarios that we have to kind of fit within this particular box. What adaptation can do is create different like solutions using those limits, and oftentimes the best creativity is found within those limits. I always love the example in the film space, the movie franchise John Wick. John Wick was created. The first movie was created for $25 million. Their limit was their budget was $25 million, and they had to create an entire action film around that. And because they had their limits were they only had a certain amount of time to be able to film each of the scenes. They also had only a certain amount of time to be able to get how many on as many takes, so they couldn't. So the the stuntmen and the choreographers had to basically make sure that everyone knew exactly what to do, and they all were able to pre-plan everything ahead of time, so they could be able to, when on the day when it came to shoot those scenes, they can be able to create it and be able to get within budget. I'm trying to think of a video game example on the top of my head right now, but forgive me, I've been traveling quite a bit, so I can't come up with one off the top of my head. But I think that, kind of using the broad sense, limitation, whenever, because there's always a problem to solve within game development, and there's always limits that we have to sort of stay within. And adaptation is that sort of creative brainstorming that I think disabled people are just adept at. That we have skills in that, because we've had to adapt to the world around us. We've come up with multiple solutions on how we're able to navigate our world. I think disabled developers, or if you have disabled developers, they are able to think within that box and be able to create amazing solutions for the problems within game development that we never would have sort of thought of before, because we're able to use that adaptability to our advantage and use it for our superpower. I know I'm going above time. I apologize. I hope this is okay, but and I hope this makes sense. But thank you so much for watching and or listening. If you want to be able to get in touch with me, Steve at stevesaylor.net, or just follow me at Steve Saylor everywhere on social media. And if you want to be able to check out the show, Dungeons and Disabled, you can be able to go to dungeonsanddisabled.com. Sorry, Ian, I apologize. This might be a little bit longer than a 15-minute session, but I had a lot to be able to get through. I have a lot to say about this. Anyway, thank you so much. Hope you have a good rest of your conference. Bye-bye.
Not only did he go over, he talked at a mile a minute. So can anyone get a cup of water, maybe some Gatorade for our interpreters? How are you doing, Darlene? Because woof, you're putting in the workout over there. So thank you. Fun fact, we've only ever had our interpreting service complain about one person talking too fast, and that has been Steve Saylor multiple times. We told him. So instead he went over and still talked fast. Obviously, if that wasn't a great insight to Dungeons and Disabled. I don't know what else is. Again, it's absolutely amazing content that I recommend that you check out. It is a great series. I mean, name another D&D series where someone tries to seduce a dust devil. I dare you. All right, it's not going to happen. So we'll be back with a very, very tiny break because Steve went over, and we'll be right back with our next micro talk. Okay, that was a very, very short break. All right, so that was a super tiny break. I am so sorry, ASL interpreters, that you don't get more of a break. Like, you guys, you were putting in the work. So, for our next micro talk, we always have a lot of people who are doing consultancy work, who are doing content creation in the accessibility and disabled game space, but they always want to figure out, how do I advance my career and what would it be like if I got to have a job in studio? Well, we're incredibly lucky that we have Stacey Jenkins, who's actually going to relate their real life experience of going through that process and the things they wish they would have known so they could be better prepared for getting their full-time role in a studio. Let's check it out.
Hello everyone, welcome to my talk, Skill Tree Unlocked from Consultant to In-House. I'm Stacey Jenkins, I'm an accessibility design specialist at Ubisoft, and today I wanted to talk a little bit about my personal journey over the past 2 years of being in this role and some of the things that I learned along the way. For those of you in a similar role, I'm sure you'll agree there is no one set career path into accessibility. A lot of us got here by accident or in a very roundabout way. Very few of us have ever had training on any of this. A lot of us have just been thrown ourselves in the deep end, and I know that can be hard. So a bit of background on me: before I started working at Ubisoft, I was a commercial analyst for Sega. So I was looking at sales figures, making pretty graphs and dashboards all day, while also consulting on accessibility on the side. But consulting didn't really set me up for success. I'd never really worked in-house on the dev side of things, and I had a lot of work to do on how to get up to speed on how the heck games are made and where I personally fit in that process. And although I did have a lot to learn on game development and how a big organization like Ubisoft works, what I struggled with personally wasn't a lack of knowledge, because that kind of comes with time anyway. What I really struggled with were the so-called soft skills. So what even are soft skills? They're those personal skills that enable you to interact and work effectively with others in the workplace, and they usually complement the more technical or knowledge-based hard skills. So that's things like communication, negotiation, teamwork, leadership, problem solving, empathy, active listening, creative thinking. The list is really endless. But unlike hard skills, soft skills aren't really taught, and you're often just expected to magically know how to do them and how to be good at them. And so many of us in game dev are neurodivergent too, so there's sometimes an extra layer of difficulty in getting this stuff. Some people this may come super naturally to, but I was certainly not one of them. So, research conducted by Harvard University, the Carnegie Foundation, and Stanford Research Center back in 1918 concluded that 85% of job success comes from having well-developed soft and people skills, and only 15% of job success comes from technical skills and knowledge, or hard skills. According to a study by LinkedIn, 92% of talent professionals believe that soft skills are just as important, if not more important, than hard skills. But shockingly, only 37% of employers feel that their entry-level employees have the necessary soft skills. By calling these skills soft, we diminish their importance a little bit, and we make them seem like they're secondary to the more technical parts of the job, when in reality they are potentially even more important. So, what did I learn over these past 2 years? First, humility. You're not expected to know everything. It's literally impossible. As an accessibility specialist, you'll need to understand all different kinds of disability, a huge variety of barriers that players experience, and you also kind of need to know a little bit about every area of game dev because accessibility touches almost every aspect of the game. It's okay if you're not a walking encyclopedia, and no one is going to be mad at you if you need to go away and look something up or research it. So it's okay to say, let me get back to you on that. I found this one really, really hard when I first started. I often need more time to think about things and process information, so I sometimes have trouble thinking on the spot, especially during meetings and kind of giving feedback and advice immediately. But rather than giving incorrect or not well thought out guidance to teams, just offering the first thought that comes to your head, it's okay to take a step back and say, you know what, I need to think about that. Let me get back to you. So I had to learn that skill quite early on. Get comfortable with not being the smartest person in the room. Get comfortable with asking questions. If you're new to game dev, there'll be plenty parts of the business that you don't fully understand. There'll be acronyms, jargon, software, so much. And like I said before, you kind of need to know a little bit about everything. And you're going to be working with people who are experts in their discipline. So learn to stay curious and ask questions and try to be excited to learn from these awesome people who know stuff. Communication. Everybody has limited time and accessibility is likely to just be just one thing that they need to account for in a list of many. So getting your point across quickly and succinctly is really important. So whether that's in a meeting, a presentation, or in written work like emails or Teams. I struggle with this one a lot because I always want to make sure that I'm giving as much info as possible and I'm helping teams understand the barriers in depth, but I had to learn how to edit myself. If you can say something in fewer words, do it. Especially with written work like documentation or benchmarks or guides, no one is going to read a 10,000 word document. It doesn't matter how great it is. You have to make things as easily digestible as possible. And that's something that I had to work out really hard. Also, active listening is hard. This one is particularly difficult if, like me, you have cognitive disabilities, problems with concentration, memory, but it is definitely a skill that can be honed. It just needs practice like everything else. So a question that I try to ask myself is, am I really listening or am I just waiting to speak? Sometimes I'll get stuck wanting to raise a really good point and I'm trying to make sure that I don't forget the point that I want to raise. And that means that I'm not concentrating fully on what the other person is saying, so I'm more likely to miss things and make people think that I'm not listening to them. So the best advice that I found for this is to write down your thought or your point down so that you don't forget it and then go right back to listening. But it takes a lot of practice and I'm still working on this one. You don't always need to jump straight to solutions. It's a sad truth that there aren't enough of us as accessibility specialists to go around to answer every single question for every single team. So it's up to us to help teams grow their own knowledge and grow their own skills in accessible design so that they don't need us. They're also the experts in their fields too, so they should have ownership of their own designs. So our role is really to help them understand the disabled player experience and the barriers that they might face with the design, and then ask questions and try to help the designer come up with a solution that works for them and that they are happy with. It's always more powerful when people come up with solutions themselves and have full autonomy over their designs. Of course, we can give advice and we can make suggestions, give them a nudge in the right direction, but it's their design, it's their work, and they know best how to make it work. So it's often best to kind of try to resist the urge to go straight into solutions and instead let the team lead. Emotional intelligence. Sadly, not everyone will know as much or care as deeply about accessibility as you. Everyone will be at different points in their journey, so you'll need to figure out where they're at and how to appeal to them and what it is they're doing, what motivates them. It is sometimes really difficult for us to understand that some people just don't care as much as we do, because we care so deeply and feel so strongly. But you will find your allies, your champions, and over time anyone can become a champion, even people that you don't suspect. But flexibility and persistence is key. But also remember that there's only so much you can do, and not everyone wants to join the cause. And it's not because you didn't try hard enough or say the right words in the right order. You're doing what you can and you're doing great. Trust. So often the way that we turn people into champions is by building trust. Now, unfortunately, there is no shortcut to trust. It has to be built steadily over time. But some things that I found really helped. Firstly, staying curious and keep asking questions. You really want to try and understand their design intentions, understand their blockers, their frustrations, the other input from different teams that they're trying to balance at the same time. Understanding what their goals are is really key in helping them try to figure out how to make it accessible. But it also shows that you're interested and that you care about their work, because that care has to go both ways. If we want people to care about what we're doing, we need to offer them the same. And it's also important to have empathy. We're pretty good at having empathy for our end users, but we also need to have it for our colleagues as well, because everyone is trying the best with the resources and the time that they have. Okay, finally, resilience. The unfortunate reality is that things happen, plans change, features get cut, but you have to try not to take it personally, and you need to try and stay flexible. Think on your feet and think creatively about how to achieve your goals in other ways if your first solution maybe falls through. And also do what you can by design as well, because you can't cut something if it's part of the core design. You do have to accept that there will sometimes be players that you miss. It can be really, really tough knowing that there are still things missing or players that we might still exclude. We can do our absolute best, but at the end of the day, we're not solely responsible for the accessibility of our games, and it's not our fault when things go wrong. It's everybody's responsibility on the production, so please don't put it all on your own shoulders. This work is really important, but it can be really challenging. Self-care is important. Tara had a really great pep talk at a previous GaConf about this, so do go look it up because it's great. Just remember to look after yourself, touch grass, find hobbies outside of gaming to help you decompress. Know that you're enough and you got this. Thank you for listening. If you want to connect, feel free to look me up on LinkedIn under Stacey-Jenkins or everywhere else as Here Lies Stacey, where I will be significantly more annoying. Take care and have a wonderful rest of GaConf, and I'll catch you at the next one.
First off, I think we can all agree that these are the most cozy, beautiful aesthetic slides that we have seen the entire conference. I would expect nothing less from Stacey. What I think is really key about this talk is that having the knowledge on accessibility isn't going to grant you the success in your workplace. And being able to interact with your coworkers and be able to speak a language that can help them is incredibly important. I actually really loved a comment that Ame made in the Discord that basically kind of summed up some key points of this talk that, emotional intelligence is realizing that maybe your accessibility champ isn't your accessibility advocate, or so you say it was something along those lines. Yeah, not every accessibility owner is a champion. And that is a place that you will have to navigate and use the skills that Stacy just talked about to ensure success. I highly recommend being able to think and use that empathy of where people are so that you can help them take that step on their journey. Because just as Stacy said, we are going to be working with people who are in very different places in their accessibility journey. I mean, the fact that you are here at a dedicated accessibility conference means that you are going to be a lot further than some of the people that you are working with. And when you make a transition from doing a consulting role where you are not as embedded with the team into being something in-house, thinking about that is going to be really, really important. So I think that Stacy gave us a great roadmap to success. And I do think that Ian is being a little unhinged in the Discord. No one needed to bring up past things I said. You threaten one person, do one interview while you're jet lagged, and Ian will bring the receipts. So with that, we will take a short break and we'll be back with our last lightning talk of the day. All right, quiet whispers for all of the people on the Zoom call so they know we're coming back. All right. So for our next video, we actually have a bit of change of plans from what's on the actual schedule. So originally we were going to have Drew McCory, a lead accessibility designer from Blizzard, come and give the behind the scenes of the making of the Hell Welcomes All campaign that they had earlier this year. Unfortunately, we weren't able to make the talk happen, but this campaign itself was actually amazing, and we didn't know how many people actually got the opportunity to check out the headlining asset from the campaign, which is the short, conveniently 15-minute documentary, Hell Welcomes All. So actually what we're going to do today is we are going to play that short documentary for you, and at the very end, we were able to get some great facts about how the campaign performed that we will share with you at the end of the video. So if you've not got an opportunity to check this out yet, you're going to be in for a treat because Hell welcomes all. Let's check it out.
I completed the entire campaign without any sighted assistance whatsoever. I did it. There is a blind person who defeated Uber Lilith by himself without any sighted assistance, without quote-unquote easy mode. He did it because there were accessibility features. Didn't make the game easier. He's just a skilled gamer. I've gotten all sorts of reactions on people seeing me play video games, both from blind and sighted.
I like having that ability to read what is being said while it is being said. Closed captioning is great, subtitles is so much better.
Diablo was one of the first games I played. After going completely blind, Diablo 3 was one of the games I really jumped into because I was like, you know what, it shouldn't be difficult. It is a top-down perspective. I just go left and right, up and down. This should not be difficult.
Accessibility was taken into account really early on. It wasn't a game that they created and then tried to make accessible. It was a game that they wanted to make accessible from the get-go, and that influenced the decisions throughout.
I've been playing video games for my entire life, but I have not been blind my entire life. I was actually blinded when I was 8 years old, and obviously before I was blinded, I loved playing video games. After I was blinded, that love for video games didn't just go away.
Especially after losing my sight when I was 15, I gravitated to gaming immensely because at the time I thought I couldn't do anything. Gaming was a way I can, even if it's hard because there's no accessibility or, you know, the game itself is difficult, I can still do these things.
I started gaming and content creation in 2020, like I think a lot of people did, and I used it as a creative outlet. And shortly after I started doing so, I found out that the reason I had such trouble with reading certain things or writing was I was dyslexic.
If there's too much ambient sound in the room, I can't hear anything.
I made it my goal to play video games no matter what. So much so that when I was a kid, I memorized every single sound in the Pokemon games just to play with my friends at school.
It's very difficult for me to read the item descriptions. So having something read out to me what the stats actually are, what the percentages are, is super duper helpful.
When Diablo 4 was announced, I created a clan within Diablo of all blind people. And so we settled on the name Sightless Slayers. And it is a very, very active Discord with very dedicated blind gamers. And as such, Drew McCrory, the accessibility lead for Diablo, joined the Sightless Slayers Discord and has been getting a ton of feedback from different blind gamers. And I think that's really important.
Accessibility is a pretty big, audacious thing, but really it's saying that players, regardless of where they are in their journey, can find all of their needs handled so they can come into a game and be able to experience it the way we want them to.
A lot of conversations have been kicking off at Blizzard where we're putting them under the label of inclusive design, where we're trying to have that conversation from the beginning so that the team can move forward with a unified vision of the feature you're trying to do.
So here at my time at Blizzard, I think just from day one, I was taught like how important it is to include accessibility in the kind of research that I do, like even for things that aren't explicitly designed to address topics of accessibility, just like watching out for things that might like disrupt a player's experience and not like deliver the intended sort of like entertainment value that we're going for.
When you include people with disabilities, they're experts on their disability. They can tell you exactly what they need.
The development team takes all the input that we give as far as different ways to improve.
We work with our user research team and bring in players who have certain disabilities to test those features before they go live. That way we get that second, test, be like, hey, we think this is awesome. What do you guys think? Is this gonna work?
I like to be able to sit in the room with a participant like this because not only can I see like what buttons they're pressing on this screen, I can also see like what they're seeing in real time. There's a lot of benefits, I think, to working in this space.
The accessibility community has made a very reasonable and clear request, which is nothing about us without us, which is what our team is actually really well equipped to serve on, is that we can bring them into our labs to be able to talk to them directly so that we can understand their real experiences. Being able to set up in a space like this, one of the main advantages is that console players are not right next to their screen. And so being able to have them be 20 feet away allows them to have that more naturalistic experience so that we can see, can they see that UI element if they're that far away from the screen? So.
And they give us feedback, and then we build that iteration into this cycle. That way, what kind of goes out to the end user is something that's really going to work.
My name is Brock Davis, and I'm a test analyst and the accessibility subject matter expert for Diablo 4 for QA. It means that I get to test new accessibility features that comes out before the general public to make sure that there's no bugs in it.
Why did you want to be a part of the games industry?
I wanted to make an impact while being in the games industry and give the developers direct feedback on my perspective because, as you can see in this interview, my left hand is all over the place, so I play games with only one hand.
What are some of those accessibility features that you are regularly testing?
The screen reader, as well as the new contrast visibility feature that comes out with Season 4.
So one of the new features we have in Diablo 4 that I'm super excited about is the screen reader. So it's a native built-in screen reader allowing players to kind of experience all of the copious amounts of text that Diablo has read out to them as opposed to having to read the text themselves.
A lot of the implementation of the screen reader tech was really taken from the approach of how would I want to use this, and I would really do my best to understand it from a user's perspective of how, if I was reliant upon this, how would I want it to work.
I can never pretend to be someone that has a disability that I don't share. And the immediate feedback was, this is too slow. And this participant was very nice and turned on the screen reader where he wanted it, the speed he wanted it to be. And it was completely unintelligible to me how fast it was going.
And now you hear my screen reader reading everything. It's telling me the mana, it's telling me I'm fighting a shambling corpse. But I like having it really fast because I'm able to get the information faster, I'm able to understand it. Now I'm going to slow down the screen reader a bit so you can kind of hear. I see they're nearby, but I think I'm like stuck behind some wall. Oh, no, there.
31 for shambling corpse, mana 74%. Barrier 89%.
Oh, we're finding an elite now. It even mentions when there's an elite.
Scrimshaw rusty metal and rusty metal key.
Oh, I just heard a rusty key.
Barrier 0%.
Like, I've seen so many screen reader updates. When the game first came out, there were some things that it didn't read, and I think that's the beauty about Diablo as a live service game, is that accessibility can be continuously added throughout the years. And I think that's so important because personally, that's going to keep me coming back to the game over and over again.
So when we're looking to make a game more accessible, we look to see where there's rough corners, things that are going to be abrasive and kind of turn players off or represent meaningful blocks to players kind of stepping in.
If you go into the options right now in Diablo 4, you'll actually notice that a lot of the options are duplicated in the accessibility menu and in potentially other areas of it.
Certain things that I have in my gameplay, obviously cursor, having the cursor a different style, different color so it stands out. Easily selected right here. One of my favorite item drop sounds. Being able to have a different sound for specific qualities of gear. Highlight player when obscured. I love this, and it happens in the fields of hatred and the surrounding areas. I can see exactly where I'm at all times. But it's funny because whenever I first had this turned on and I was telling people, they said, I had no idea you could do that.
I think it can be really easy to hear community feedback about accessibility and think, well, I know what to do about that. We'll just try to patch that in. It's a very different thing to have people who have those concerns and who have those accessibility needs help influence the design of the accessibility features themselves. That's a very different philosophy.
For Diablo, I would say my favorite class right now is Sork. I equipped burning to my attacks, and whenever a burning attack makes contact with an enemy, it makes this kind of like thud sound, like this boom, boom. And it's like really easy to hear when I'm actually hitting the enemy.
When we were creating the Sorcerer Chain Lightning sound, we would record a bunch of random objects like wax paper. We'll take all this source and then bring it into our sound design tool and augment it even more. And then in the game, when it's playing back, when we make a cool loop that sounds like neat electricity, it'll actually Doppler around the player too, so it kind of pitches up as it's coming towards you or goes away.
I'm somebody that no matter what game I'm playing, I'm going to play it with all of the volume sounds on. It's very helpful for me to understand my position in the game, and I also use it to cue my abilities. Even if I can't pay attention to everything that's happening on screen at once, I do have ADHD, and sometimes I'm paying attention to the wrong thing on screen. I use the audio cues to help me figure out what's happening, where it's happening, and what I need to be focusing on next.
There's a reason why blind gamers were even playing Diablo 3 without any screen reader, without pretty much any accessibility feature, was simply because of the sound design alone.
In my opinion, accessibility and audio go hand in hand. You can have all the accessibility in the world, but if the audio of the game itself does not convey the spatial sound or enough sound cues to understand what's happening, then even with all the accessibility, it's still going to be a challenge.
We spend a lot of effort putting as much sound as we can to almost everything in the game, so that way people can play, and if they weren't able to see the screen, then they can at least, maneuver around and know what's in the area.
Something clever, I'm not sure if other blind gamers did this or if it was just me, but when I get to like an intersection or like a fork, I'll drop an uncommon, and so I know if I backtrack, I'm like, oh, okay, I've been here.
We also have play audio on object loot, which is really cool, because it'll play an ambient loop that is tied to the loot in the game world.
So then I'm going to drop an item here.
What's neat about this is that we took the sounds of the drop sounds, I like to call them blingy sounds that really stick out in the mix. It sounds kind of magical and also very kind of UI-like. We take that and we make a loop out of that, and those play on the objects themselves.
Drop these boots. Check that out. There's that ambient sound, and it's pretty much like a waypoint, and I love that.
It's a really humbling thing to play that way and then realize how much work and mental effort our current players are putting in to play the game.
What I love about my job is getting to talk to players because, both personally and professionally for me, video games are so important. Being able to see how impactful they are for people's mental health and not just entertainment, but also how it's a sense of connection.
I mean, my philosophy, and I think Diablo 4's philosophy too, is the more options you have, the more people get to play.
Don't assume that whatever streamer or whatever random player you're encountering in your game could or could not be disabled, because you don't know what sort of features or things they could be using. You don't know what their situation is. A lot of people who might run into myself or any of our other blind players, they don't know we're blind players.
My goal in this industry is to help make games more accessible and better for all.
It's pretty eye-opening when when we know that people are playing our game who are visually impaired and they can't see the game, like that just makes us pour that much more effort into every little sound. It's very inspiring to know that people are playing our game just audibly.
Accessibility isn't just for blind people or for disabled people. It's good design, it benefits everyone. I think the one thing I do love challenging myself with is going toe-to-toe with people with sight, because then it just shows how incredible game accessibility is, how much potential it allows blind and disabled gamers to have.
And we really hope that the changes that are going in help players to feel heard. I sometimes collect comments from surveys or what have you that say, I don't know if anyone's reading this. I hope someone is reading this. Somebody is, right? And we're getting those to the right people. So I hope players feel encouraged that their voices are being heard in the different number of ways to give their feedback.
I hope gamers in general can start to move towards accepting the idea that anybody can play games, anybody should be welcome to play games, and that a gamer can look like anyone.
Having to figure out ways to adapt your gameplay to actually enjoy and progress through things is the reverse of the way it should be. You should be able to go and control and enjoy it. And it's fun. Go and kill demons and look for loot.
Blizzard Research is always looking for more participants to offer feedback. You can learn more about Blizzard Research and sign up at blizzard.com/research. Now, I hope all of you enjoyed watching that amazing video. Now, one of the great things about not only this campaign, but the folks over at Blizzard and the team working on Diablo 4 is they have also been super transparent about stats and how this campaign went. Now, I'm sure it's a surprise to none of us who just watched that the reactions to this documentary and the substantial company-wide efforts that it represents were overwhelmingly positive. The Global Accessibility Awareness Day piece around this garnered 304.2 thousand impressions, 59,500 views, and 5,500 engagements overall, with the content performing most favorably on Twitter and YouTube. Now, of course, the user research team has also got to share some amazing data, and they shared that 383 new players joined from May 16th, 2024 to May 21st, with 189 of those players joining on May 16th itself, the official release day of this campaign. Now, 224 of those new players opted into future accessibility studies, which is where the Diablo and larger Blizzard user research teams asked players if they'd be interested in hearing about future accessibility study opportunities. So I think if you are looking for more players to get in your studies, we have a great opportunity here to learn from Blizzard and what they did. Now, the Diablo 4 development team continues to integrate accessibility feedback from players everywhere. The latest updates bring significant improvements such as enhanced screen reader mode, optimized WASD navigation, and new audio cues that assist players with visual impairments to better understand their environments. Of course, all of us here love getting hit in the fields, which is why by far the most important result and response was from the accessibility community in regards to this campaign and this documentary. There were some amazing comments on YouTube, believe it or not. We all joke not to read the comment section, but amazing comments like this one right here. Hi, low vision / visually impaired gamer here. This video made me cry happy tears. For the Diablo 4 team, it made it clear that their ongoing efforts around inclusivity and accessibility are having a very real impact where it matters most. So I think we all can fall in love with this campaign, can figure out how we can work to replicate something similar, and of course, remember, hell welcomes all. I really love that although we weren't able to, get a behind the scenes look on how that documentary itself was made, I love that we were able to see some of the data and that we were able to show the goodwill that that campaign garnered. And honestly, for me, one of my favorite things watching that was the in-room reactions of people realizing that is actually the speed at which Ross listens to his screen reader in real time, because there was a lot of shocked Pikachu face happening. But I actually think that was a great example of some of the talks that we heard yesterday about, hey, you are not going to be the specialist in your area and you need to bring in specialists. And I think literally having that demo really drove that home. Again, I highly recommend that you go get to see all of the amazing work that was done in Diablo 4. Particularly, their screen reader that they implemented is truly one of the best in class examples that we have right now in gaming to look at. And so, if you are looking for an example of who did this well, they did. The folks on Diablo 4 did this incredibly, incredibly well. So we will take another short break, and then we will actually be back with our last lightning talk, because I lied to you last time. I really just didn't want to give Ian a chance to have his presentation because he was being mean to me in Discord. But yes, we will be right back with our for real last lightning talk. Thank you. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. We are going to our final lightning talk of the day. And then we will have our larger afternoon break. I know the snacks are out and they're delicious, and I'm taking you away from them. We do have some really good snacks. Oh, Max, can you take a picture of the snacks? We have somehow forgotten to put a picture of any of the conference food in the food channel. Okay. I completely failed us. I'm actually going to blame Ian because he's normally our food photographer. Now, for this next talk, this is one that is very near and dear to my heart. Literally, at one of my first ever presentations at GDC, I talked about how shitty subtitles were in video games. And we have gotten better, but we are still not great. And it's one of those areas that's really, really frustrating because other media have solved how to make good, legible, comprehensive subtitles that are truly easy to read. And we just refuse to learn. So this is a talk by our conference co-director, Ian Hamilton, where he is actually going to break down what we should be doing to provide captions that are equal quality with the rest of the entertainment industry and how they do it. Let's take a look.
Hello, it's me again. So the bad news is that you have to put up with me for a second talk. The good news is it's just a short one this time on a very specific topic. This talk is about how accessibility is impacted by decisions about braking. But look, before you get too excited, no, this actually is not a talk about Tara's advocacy techniques. If you don't know the reference, this was a quote from her a while back. I once had a senior dev ask me the quickest way I could make him care about game accessibility. I told him I could break his hands. So anyway, no, that's not what this talk is about. So what is it about then? It's this. Clear, prioritized rules for how and when to insert line breaks in subtitles and captions, either manually or algorithmically. Just a quick note before I go on, subtitles and captions are different things. Subtitles are for translation and only cover speech, and captions are for hearing loss and cover sounds as well as speech. But for convenience's sake, I'm just going to say captions from here on in, but anytime I do, I am talking about games that only have subtitles as well. So, line breaks. Why am I here talking to you about line breaks? Well, in part, it's because I was bullied and begged by Morgan Baker at EA. Please do a talk on how to line break captions. I'm tired of explaining it. Please, I don't want to cry anymore. Quote me on it, I peer pressured you. Please? Face holding back tears emoji. In all seriousness though, it's because we're making progress. So after so many years and years of painful advocacy, we're doing a better and better job of some of the basic presentation aspects of captions like size, contrast, speaker identification and things like that. But there are still a number of ways in which we still lag behind what is standard and expected in other industries. Particularly good practices around how the content itself of captions is structured and formatted. One of these is how lines are broken. So this means at exactly which point in the text a line wraps onto the next one. This might sound like a minor thing, but syntactically segmented captions which is a completely unnecessarily complex way of saying that line breaks occur in grammatically sensible places, have actually been shown to reduce the amount of time spent looking at them, reduce the cognitive load of processing them, and also significantly reduce the eye movements between captions and the imagery behind them. Which are all pretty important factors when you're trying to keep up with captions when you're in a busy game environment, right? And even more important when you bear in mind how many people actually use captions. So I'm sure some of you have seen this data before, but I'm going to repeat it. Data from Assassin's Creed Origins and The Last of Us 2 showed that 60% of players choose to turn subtitles on, which means that they should really be on by default. And when they are on by default, 95 to 97% of players leave them on. That figure is from a whole bunch of games consistently. Games like Sniper Elite 5, Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Far Cry New Dawn, and Guardians of the Galaxy. So basically, in all, it matters. There are other things that matter too, other good practices for caption content that aren't covered here, like timings, presentation, how to designate music, humour, accents, indicating speakers, directionality, and things like that. I will give you links at the end that have some good guidance on those other things too. But for line breaks themselves, let's have a look at a couple of examples of what not to do. And just to be super clear, I'm not showing these examples as a way to disparage anyone. We're all doing our best with what we have, right? I'm just showing these as some constructive learning material. So starting with this, sometimes lines aren't broken at all, just showing all of the text associated with any given audio file just on a single line. A common symptom of just throwing all the text from an audio file onto the screen at once is incredibly long line lengths, even when they're wrapped. Sometimes linguistic units are split, so this means a line break right in the middle of some associated words, like the Diorama family here. And sometimes a sensible endpoint is skipped over, starting another partial sentence instead. And sometimes line lengths, as a result of all this, ends up being greatly mismatched, leaving words orphaned, like that last word just hanging out there on its own thing. And again, as minor as some of this might feel at first, it can actually have a substantial impact on comfort, readability, and how much the captions distract focus away from what you want your players to be looking at. So, how do we get into this mess in the first place? Why do games end up looking like this? This is because games generally break lines in the absolute simplest way possible. They just pour all the text onto the screen until there's no room left, and then start a new line, whenever that might occur. If there's no room for new lines, that's the point at which a new caption starts. And honestly, that does not cut it. We as an industry need to do better, and our players deserve better. So sure, okay, nice sentiment or whatever, but what does doing better actually mean? It would be nice if there was a handy set of rules to apply, right? And these are those rules. No more than 40 characters per line. No more than 2 lines per caption. Full stops end captions. Avoid extreme variance in length. Match lines to linguistic units. And ensure that lines are as even length as possible. Over in TV land, this is all done manually. Line breaks are all decided by hand as part of the process of writing the text for them. And if that sounds scary, well, to put it bluntly, that's in part because we just aren't taking it seriously enough compared to them. We're not taking it seriously enough as we should. They've had longer to get their practice in order, but we need to be catching up. And also, on the flip side, some of these rules can be put into a system and done in an automated way. There can be clashes between some of these. For example, it might not be possible to achieve even line length without exceeding 40 characters. So this list is actually in priority order. So start at the top and work your way down. So character limit is more important than having even line lengths. So again, if you're looking at automating these, having those priorities to resolve conflicts is pretty useful. So what does this look like in practice? I'll go into a bit more detail about what each one of these means, together with some examples of what to do and what to avoid. So first up, length. No more than 40 characters per line, no more than 2 lines per caption. If a caption will not fit within these constraints, it must be split up into 2 or more separate captions. So, do this. A tall, thin man with a shopping basket disappeared into the crowd. So you can see the way that is broken means that the number of characters in the line is less than 40. Don't do this. A tall, thin man with a shopping basket disappeared into the crowd. That line is now far too long. I mean, I won't ask you to count the letters in that line, but it's a lot more than 40. But also, on the other hand, don't do this either. A tall, thin man with a shopping basket disappeared into the crowd. So these are all short lines, but you can now see that they've been split over 3 lines, which is too much. Next is a super simple one, full stops and captions. If there's a full stop or a period, if you're on the other side of the pond, then call it a day. Don't start including the beginning of the next sentence. So do this, which is how I solved this. There's a full stop there, a period, end, caption finishes. Don't do this, which is how I solved this, and I also happen to. That means you're having to put that finish that second sentence in the middle of the flow, chopping off to meet that character limit. The next one is avoid extreme variance in line length, ensuring that one line is never more than 50% longer than the other. So like this, last night I went to the movies again. So you can see the way that's broken means that both of those lines are roughly the same length. Compared to if you were to break it like this, last night I went to the movies again. And you remember some of those examples that I showed you earlier of existing practices. There's a few examples of captions that looked exactly like this, just because of the way it was automatically wrapping once they ran out of space. The next one is to match lines to linguistic units. This one's a little bit more complex than the others. So try to break lines and captions at the end of a sentence, or where that's not possible, end at the end of a phrase or a clause before conjunctions. For example, like I like cooking and eating, or prepositions, the man on the platform. So more specifically, try to avoid splitting an article and a noun. So don't put a break in between the and table. Don't put a break in between a and book. Avoid splitting prepositions and phrases. For example, on the table, in a way, about his life. Avoid splitting conjunctions and the phrases or clauses that come after them. For example, and those books, but I went. Avoid splitting pronouns and verbs. So, for example, he is, they will come, it comes. Avoid splitting a break in the middle of a complex verb. For example, have eaten, will have been doing. And lastly, don't put a break in the middle of someone or something's name. For example, Susan Miller. So I get that at first glance this can feel a bit much, especially if it's been a while since you've thought about grammar in this way. But as a rule of thumb, just picture you're reading it out. If you needed to take a breath when reading it out, would you stop at that point? Or would a pause there seem a bit off? Would you actually wait until a word or two later? So even just that kind of thinking can make a big difference to how easy your subtitles and captions are to read. And last of all, keep lines as balanced as possible. If you've got this far down the list, if you managed everything else, and you've still got a few choices of where to break, you can then try to ensure that lines are as even as possible in length, with preference to the bottom line being a bit longer. So, do this. I adopted a dog, a cat, 3 mice, and a goldfish. So you can see actually here there are numerous points at which you could legitimately break that to a new line. So you're choosing the one that leaves the lines as even as possible. Compared to this, I adopted a dog, a cat, 3 mice, and a goldfish. So after dog, there's also a legitimate place to break onto the new line, but you can see choosing that point actually makes the line much longer. So it's better to keep them as even as possible if you can. So a quick reminder of those rules. No more than 40 characters a line, no more than 2 lines of caption. Full stops and periods end captions. Avoid extreme variance in line length. Match lines to linguistic units, and ensure lines are as even length as possible. So as you can see, these aren't too complex. It's just a bit of a shift in process and thinking about how things are done at the moment, but the returns are worth it. And if we can make some headway on even some of those things, then we will come a step closer to closing that gap with other industries. And once we have caught up, where do we go from there? Well, that is where the real fun begins. To wrap up, I've got a bunch of links for you. These cover reference material that underpinned the content of the talk, as well as advice on those other things I mentioned earlier too, from timings to how to communicate music. The important one is at the top though, so tinyurl.com/ih-linebreak. That is a link to a document that summarizes the entire talk in text form, and it includes all those other links at the bottom too. So on that note, I will draw things to a close. Thank you for listening. I hope some of it has been useful or interesting. I hope you enjoy the remainder of the conference, and I will see you on the Discord. Bye.
As Ian mentioned, he is a little biased as a former BBC employee, but the BBC guide on how to do subtitles is a really great example to look at. We have to remember when we're making subtitles, it's about comprehension for our players, and making them well formatted is going to be the key to comprehension. And one of the things that I want to call out again is not only is there comprehension, but Michael, one of our staff, highlighted this in the chat, that poorly line broken subtitles can literally spoil your own game for the player. He didn't say which game it was, but I know exactly which one it is. There's nothing worse than having a big cutscene plot twist revealed to you 10 seconds before it happens because the captions are already on screen and the action hasn't happened in game yet. That is a real thing that does in fact happen. So be sure, look at these guidelines, learn from them, and we can all have great subtitles. And with that, we will be taking our half-hour break for this afternoon, and we will be back with our last 2 talks of the day. Thank you. Oh my God, Eric, I can't believe you said that about all of those
gosh, yeah.
people.
Oh man, this
Oh
is
my
crazy.
God, it's a good thing the
Oh my
the
gosh,
mics
this
aren't
is so
live,
crazy.
and so the live stream can't hear what you're saying.
I mean, what are they gonna say? Don't tell them that.
All right, everyone. Go ahead and return to your seats. With the camera. All right, thank you so much. So I'm really excited to have our next speaker, Eric, come up and talk to you. Not just because he has mad shoe game and is a Pokemon Go fan, but also because he is an expert in his field. You know, there is so much that Eric has already done with the Warfighter Engaged crew, but there is still so many things that can be done to not just help gamers, but help people helping gamers, like in a therapeutic setting. And it's not easy. You know, we know all of this great stuff about gaming because we live in it. But for a lot of people in those settings, it's not their day to day. Luckily, we have people like Eric who are working to bridge that gap. So, Eric, please come. Everyone, welcome Eric.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you so much. I am super excited to be here, and I think the last time I spoke at GaConf was years ago. So, you know, one of the things, the recurring kind of messages that I hear is about, you know, making sure that we're advocating well, and part of that is on the developer side, and for us in the occupational therapy medical side, we're also fighting that fight. And I wanted to take you kind of through a little bit of a my story so that you can understand the challenges we have gone through and some of the things that we're working with as well. So let's talk about it. So if you kind of look at my journey in accessibility and gaming, I was in the Army for about 20 years, and one of my last duty assignments, I was chief of the amputee center at Walter Reed, which is a very big military facility. And there we had about 200 amputees. And one of the things that I would try to do, is you get to know your clients and try to figure out who they are and what they need. And we would do what they call an occupational profile, and that would include things like, who are you? What do you like to do for fun? And all these things. And so the questions would always come where it's like, what are some of the things that you've lost that you want to be able to do again, that we can maybe work on? And the top two answers was always, I want to play video games and I want to have sex. So, fair enough. And the great thing is that we actually can do both of those. But this is not going to be the sex conversation today. We will talk about accessibility. So now I am not an engineer. I'm not a developer. I don't have the same skill set as most of you, but I do have a very creative mind. And so one of the things that I would always look for is, before a lot of the accessibility conversation was happening, this was kind of around 2010, 2011, 12, there wasn't a lot of products out there that you could go get, so you'd have to figure it out. And so I explored a lot of different ways to be able to game, and that's, through like, rock band drums, or like the conga drums for, Donkey Konga and stuff like that. But I would look for different ways that people could game so that maybe I can make a game more accessible for somebody. Another thing I would do is some splinting and whatnot. And there was a time where, as I was working with some of my patients in that therapeutic space, that somebody walked in and he saw what I was doing, and he's like, "Hey, well, what are you doing over there?" I was like, "We're trying to get this guy to be able to game again. He lost both of his hands, and just trying to figure out some different ways." He's like, "Well, why don't you just like rewire these buttons and put this right here?" And I was like, "Bruh, like I don't know how to do that stuff." And so he's like, "Well, how about I help you with that?" And that man, his name is Ken Jones, and he's right there, and he is our founder for Warfighter Engage, which we'll talk about for a minute. Yeah, please, absolutely. And and Ken and I started collaborating, where I could do a lot of positioning and whatnot. He could do a lot of reworking of controllers, and that was kind of really mind-blowing to me. And so he'd build out buttons, he would rip apart Xbox controllers, and do a lot of hacking, literal hacking, and figurative. So we started collaborating. We came up with this nonprofit. You can see here, Warfighter Engaged. 3 of us are here today. Caitlin Jones, you guys probably know from Microsoft, is also on our team. Myself, Ken, and him. And Warfighter Engage was born. And our mission was we wanted to provide free solutions to warfighters. Anybody that was injured in a military setting, or maybe even their family members. And really it kind of reached out to kids and just really everybody. But we wanted to have free solutions for the military and stuff. And so we would do things like, kind of like I said before, if it's going to advance more, okay, that advanced too much. This is a good example in your top left. That's a splint that I would make. And I use what they call thermoplastic. It's a heated plastic where I could mold around somebody's hand or residual limb or something, so that I could position a controller in a place where they could play. And then of course Ken would rewire buttons and drill things and rip apart all the things, beautiful things that a lot of y'all make. And so we would provide a bunch of different solutions, and we were blessed to be a part of that initial conversation with Xbox to come up with the adaptive controller, and on that team to kind of bring that to the world. And it was such a really cool and neat experience to have such a small nonprofit like us to be able to work with industry. So you can see some of those solutions there. I started to do a lot of work in a space that was assistive technology and universal design. And so I pursued my doctorate in that. And I learned a lot of different things. I did my doctoral thesis on accessibility in gaming. And this is a very crude, small timeline of accessibility and whatnot. And I had a chance to talk with Ian and some other accessibility champions, and really scour the internet for anything that I could find. And this is, again, certainly not even close to an inclusive space of the history, but it gave me kind of a space to start from and looking at some of the hardware solutions. So what would happen in the therapy world? Is we, like probably you guys have experienced, is we are given this kind of space that says gaming is not important, it's not a big deal, it's inferior to other things in life, and so we should not take it as serious as other things. And so I always had a big problem with this, and so I set out as a part of my doctorate to disprove this. And so I decided that if you look in a therapy space, one activity that people really love is gardening. Somehow gardening is like this beautiful thing that everybody values so high, and nobody devalues gardening, especially like gaming, right? So I decided to go and get some statistics, and I found out that in America, and I just did a US study, about 185.9 million people are active gardeners, right? And you guys already know where this is going. And ESA always does their report every year, and we found out that, at the same time, that about 212 million people are gaming. So why do we put so little emphasis on gaming as an important activity? Right? And so this is a message that a lot of other therapists and whatnot are always talking about, how this is important, and technology is only going to get more and more prevalent in our day-to-day lives. So let's make sure that we're being generationally relevant and intentional with what we're doing. All right. So gaming, right? So I have 2 big approaches when I look at gaming in general. And whenever I talk about it, there's 2 very specific directions I go. And one of them is I want to explore ways to make gaming accessible and fun for everyone, talking to the crowd. And the other way is a little bit different. I want to explore ways that I can use gaming, play, and technology therapeutically. And what that is how can I harness physical video games to basically, get therapeutic results, right? And actually, there's a little cameo by Caitlin there when she was doing her internship, using gaming and the Xbox Adaptive Controller to help somebody have better outcomes. And a really interesting story about that picture is that guy right there. The day before, we had him stand up. He was in a motorcycle accident, and we had him we're trying to work on standing tolerance, just being up longer. And we put him in front of, I think, a puzzle. Caitlin, was it a puzzle or something? And he stood for like a minute and 15 seconds. Not a long time. And, we know that distraction is powerful medicine, right? And so the next day, Caitlin and I were talking, it's like, let's put him up on the ZAC, This is right as the adaptive controller was released. We were doing, work before anybody else even had the product. And we put this guy up, and I think just, again, one session later, what did he stand for? 7 minutes? 17 minutes, yeah, in just one day, and playing video games, right? I mean, and so we know that there's a lot of power, a therapeutic, really a big therapeutic component to healing when we're gaming, right? In multiple ways. And so that's a whole nother conversation, but I wanted to explore a little bit more about what I decided to do on here. So this is what would happen. This is what happens. And Caitlin gets this all the time. Other therapists get it all the time. But there's a very small amount of OTs, medical personnel that have this kind of background in gaming, right? And usually what will happen is, hey, Eric, I've got this patient. He's got a spinal cord injury. He wants to game, but he can't. Can you help me? Or can you help him? And as for years, we would cater to that. Sure, no problem. Let's get him on the phone. Let's do that. I mean, with Warfighter, we do it all the time, right? But it got to be to a point where it's like, I'm really just like enabling these people to not really seek on their own. I'm just doing the work for them, right? And raise your hand if compensation's an issue for consultants. Yeah, huge issue, right? And so we're also not being reimbursed for it. So I'm just like giving my free time and my brain that should probably charge money for this to whoever asks, right? So now there is a couple issues. One, when this happens, so hey, I have this patient at this hospital. Well, that's great, except that there's a lot of hospital policy that doesn't necessarily let me actually engage unless I have all these waivers signed and I'm a volunteer or something like that. So that's a big issue. And by the time that happens, that patient could be gone, right? The second thing is like, we don't have the bandwidth for it, right? So people need to be empowered to be able to do more. So in my doctorate, I was thinking like, what could I do to help the gaming industry, to help the therapeutic industry, and have an overall, positive benefit to people moving forward. And the first thing that I thought was like, I want to have a great consolidated resource for healthcare professionals, like somewhere that they can go, right? And so I created this website. It's called the Rehab Arcade. And you can go to the website right now, and it's a work in progress. It's not complete. But what I did was I started to harness doctoral students to help do my bidding, but to help me create this, right? And we're going to go through this a little bit, and I'll show you exactly what goes into this. But it's a space that I can direct healthcare professionals, you guys, if you wanted to, and say, hey, look, this is a great consolidated resource. It'll tell you exactly what you need to do. And where to start, right? So when we have patients and whatnot, and how I thought about this was, we typically approach patient care like this, right? We evaluate our clients, we set some goals for them, and then we develop some kind of treatment plan, right? So in the Rehab Arcade, what I wanted to do was I wanted to create a therapeutic generator. I wanted to create some space for evidence that could back up what we were saying, and then also have accessibility solutions. And this is what we came out with, right? So this is the therapeutic generator. Now, this isn't as applicable to you guys, but I think that you would find it interesting. What we did was we created this space where if you were a therapist, you didn't know anything about gaming, but maybe there was a Nintendo in your clinic, you're like, hey, I wanted to use that. Can you help me use that? This is what we would do. So I created, this is on Typeform, and basically it's just kind of a flow, right? Like what kind of console do you have? Okay, I've got a Nintendo. Well, which Nintendo do you have? I got a Switch. All right, well, what kind of thing do you want to work on? Do you want to work on mental health, cognition, physical disabilities? We click cognition. It says, well, what kind of game do you want to play? Let's do an adventure game. And then it would come up with a list of adventure games for the Nintendo Switch that would help work on cognition, right? And people would be like, well, how does Legend of Zelda work on cognition? You know, show me the evidence that proves that, which is why I had the second pillar, which was evidence, right? So if you click on the evidence page, then you would find out that there is a whole list of different things. So as I go down, I have a lot of evidence. And of course, this is my doctorate students going through and finding me all these things. But I have evidence for cognition and evidence for physical disabilities, mental health, therapeutic practice, and exercise. But if you clicked on one of these, it would come up, which I'm going faster than my slide now. You'd come up with like, so gaming and cognition. So look, playing Super Mario 64 increases hippocampal gray matter in older adults. And this, children, is what you need to take to your parents to prove that what you're doing is good, right? And so so I wanted a resource that if somebody challenged it, let's say reimbursement said, oh, video games suck, you can't use them. But then all of a sudden you say, well, what about this? This research proves that, in fact, it is actually a very viable therapeutic method. So we created that. And then I created an accessible gaming hub, right? So this was something that I knew that I wanted to do from the get-go. And I knew that this space was out there for a lot of people have done something like this. Like, here's some resources and everything. But what I wanted to do was focus on the therapeutic the therapist side, the healthcare side, like, I don't know what I'm doing, help me here, right? And so I created, you know, essentially a space that said, we're going to start here and then I'm going to take you somewhere. And what we needed to do was start with that first thing, right? We needed to evaluate the client. And right away, I knew that my doctoral project was going to be creating an instrument to evaluate somebody for accessibility, right? So we do all these things, developers put all this stuff in play, but what happens when somebody needs to figure out how to actually do it, right? And anybody that's worked with physical, with the inside, the end user knows that this is not a, one size fits all. It's very challenging, very difficult. And so I created a thing called the Game Up, right? And it is the game assessment and measurement for enabled user performance. Acronyms, right? We got to make it sexy. So the first thing I did in this was I did a needs assessment, and this isn't a great slide and it's a little bit light, but essentially what it's showing is that I went out and I asked a lot of people, like, how do you evaluate somebody to play? Like, what does that look like? And most of the time, it's like I'm asking Caitlin or Ken or Aaron Mustin-Fursh at Craig, like, what do you guys do? And they're like, well, I just kind of eyeball it. I know what I'm doing already, so I know what to set up and how to set it up. The problem is that those people are already people that know what they're doing. This website, this resource is for people that don't know what they're doing, right? So I put a big needs assessment. I was like, hey, do you know of a resource or an evaluation tool to evaluate somebody to be able to play? And you see here, 93% of people said no. The 7% is actually interesting because it was more like able gamers. Well, it's like, okay, that's a website or an organization, but what is the tool that you're using? So this is actually a pretty skewed because nobody actually came to me with some actual viable evaluation tool. Because anytime we do something, we should have a needs assessment, right? We should know that there is a need to fill. Don't just fill something. There's a need, right? And then also, like, what is your confidence with accessible gaming? And you can see that there's some people, most people were somewhat unconfident, like 61%. But if you added all those up from like 18%, so anyways, a lot of unconfident people, right? So I was like, okay, so this is something that I need to do, right? So my number one highest priority when creating this instrument was I wanted to focus on their abilities and not their deficits, right? So many times, every time somebody says, hey, Eric, can you help me with this person? I was like, all right, talk to me about them. Well, they can't do this. They can't do this. They have these things. They're not able to these. And it's like, that doesn't serve me, right? the things in life that serve me are what you do, what you can do. So let's make sure this is ability focused. So as I'm evaluating, it's a bonus thing every time. Oh, now I have this. I have an extra this. And that's what I wanted to do, right? So if a client has access to any controlled human performance factor, that they can engage in some kind of gaming, right? And that could be sip and puff controls, that could be eye gaze, that could be brain function, if we want to get crazy. But I mean, any type of movement of the body, right? So when I created this, this is what it looks like, and I'm just gonna let it scroll so you can kind of just kind of peruse it, right? It's like 9 pages, but it starts out with explaining gaming to somebody that doesn't know it. Like, what are typical game controller inputs if you didn't know that? There are triggers, there are thumbsticks, there's action buttons, there are menu buttons, there's system buttons, you know, all these different things that go into a controller. It's important for you to understand that that is part of it. And then I said, these are all the ways that you can use the human body to game. And so there's body movement, brain activity, eye gaze, speech and voice controls. And then I went into go ahead and do this evaluation, which I'll get into in just a minute. During the development, I also said I want to make a kind of a gaming 101 take on this. Like, if you don't know anything, you go in, you could learn it pretty quickly, and then it would give you solutions for human performance, right? It wasn't, however, designed to give you solutions for accessibility. It just says these are the things on the human that can work. But we're going to give you resources here in a minute. Right. So I went out, I did a lot of kind of practicing, right? Nothing about us without us, right? I'm not going to just create this and be like, it's perfect. I want to create it. I want to have people use it, say it's shit, and then try it again, right? And so that's what I did, right? So I did a lot of different gaming clinics. I used all kinds of different types of conditions, CVA, spinal cord injury, amputees. That's a quad amputee right there, who's in this picture about 5 minutes later beat Super Mario Bros. Wonder with his kid as a quad amputee, with some very simple solutions. And we all cried, of course, because that's what we do. But I wanted to observe the tool. I wanted other therapists to give it a go, tell me what they thought about it, have some feedback, and the feedback was great, right? So essentially what the tool is going to do, and you know, not necessarily that this is for you, but it's going to go through every kind of function of the human body, right? And we're going to do a full analysis of movement and a full analysis of the other type of sensory outputs, right? So for the shoulder, we'll start at the shoulder. We'll do shoulder flexion, shoulder extension, shoulder abduction, shoulder adduction, shoulder internal rotation, shoulder external rotation. All those are switches, right? Elbow flexion, elbow extension, supination, pronation, all those are switches. Wrist extension, wrist flexion, switch, switch. Ulnar deviation, switch. Radial deviation, switch. So in my mind, I'm like creating, you know, this whole kind of variety of ways to be able to game, right? And so then at the end, you come up with a bunch of stuff. If you want to download a copy, QR code's up there. You certainly are welcome to. I am working on version 1.3 at this point. So there is some new developments which we're excited about. And then in the end, you'll have a bunch of stuff that says you can use all these tools of the human body to be able to play. And somebody says, okay, great, now what? Okay, well, now here's some resources that you can use, and like I have Able Gamers, some other different special effect, Xbox, and we push them to different places where they can find some of those resources. But one of the big ones is to come back to the Accessible Gaming Hub. And this is where we provide a bunch of different types of solutions. So if I was looking for, so I do my evaluation, and now I want to do my treatment plan, right? So I go to Motor Control Solutions, I'll click it open, and let's just see what comes here, right? So, oh, look, there's a lot of great things here that oh boy, it's going slower than I want it to. Oh, look, there are like, oh, adaptive controllers. What do I need to know about adaptive controllers? Let's take a look. Okay, there's the Xbox adaptive controller. This is how you set it up, and this is where you can buy it. Here's the access controller. Set it up and buy it. HoriFlex, set it up and buy it. How would you do that? So if you didn't know, you can do it. Here's a bunch of buttons and switches, and here's some recommendations that you can use for different types of movements and whatnot. So how to explore through all that stuff, maybe using splinting, maybe using different types of switches and buttons. And ideally, once this is all fully functional, you'll have this massive resources of all the great places to find your buttons and switches and whatnot. So all that to say, we created it. It's great. This is the very first time I'm actually showing it to somebody, so I'm very anxious. And I am not a developer. Like, you guys do beautiful things, and I'm just me. And I'm trying to just do my best. But we're doing some really cool stuff, and I'm super excited about it. And I would absolutely love your feedback. You guys go in there, be like, hey, you should add this to your tool, or you should go, hey, this is a really good joystick. You should make sure that that is in there. And maybe some of you helped me out. I put out on Twitter X that I want to know what your favorite controllers are, because I want to make sure that we have the community that is engaging in here, so I can empower people to set up other gamers and whatnot. So that's all I have. I don't even know what my time is. I think I'm right on time. Perfect, because that's how I do things. But but the rehabarcade.com, it is live, like I said. There is also a space that you can contact us, give me feedback, all those things. If there's a developer that's like, hey, bro, like, I would love to help you with this, yes, please do that. But that's my information. I'm on Twitter, Instagram, all those places. And I forgot to do this first, and I'm so sorry, but I am white male, graying beard, wish I was in my 30s, but really in my late 40s. And I'm red in the face because I'm so anxious. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eric. I actually wanted to read, I thought this was a great summary of this entire talk from James Berg. This entire talk is one large, oh, that's obvious now that someone has deeply thought about it and done a ton of work to implement it in a useful, actionable way. It's one of those things that, yeah, once you see it, you're like, wow, no one did that before, because that took a lot of effort, but it totally makes sense. And now all of us can help work and improve it by offering Eric feedback. I've already posted a link in the Discord and pinned it so that you can take a look. And I really want to go back to one of the things that Eric said at the very beginning. When he and Dr. Jones, when he and Dr. Jones were working with one of those patients previously, he was only standing for just over a minute. And yet, in literally the next session, it was 17 minutes. That is the power of gaming. And so, when we do accessibility work, we are helping unlock those moments of therapy. Think about that. We are help making those differences and empowering people like Eric and Dr. Jones to make those changes in people's lives. And I also really like, again, as Topher called out in the Discord, that he hit on our accidental theme for this year's GaConf, because we always have one. We don't plan it, but there is always one. And this year was really focus on someone's abilities and their access needs, not just what their disability is. And that was how we are able to help rehabilitate and get these people engaged and back in gaming. And of course, I want to thank Eric again so much for debuting it here at the Game Accessibility Conference. We feel special and loved, so thank you. We love you. Now we will have our short break, and we will be back with our final talk of the day. Thank you. Hello, whispers, whispers, so I don't scare the online folks. All right, everyone. It is that time of day, the time for the last presentation at the Game Accessibility Conference. I'm really excited to have Caitlin come up here. I know I kept shouting Dr. Jones, but that's because I'm incredibly proud of Caitlin when she got her doctorate. And also, Dr. Jones! Like, okay, you call her Dr. Jones. Anyway, literally from the day she told me she got it, I have been doing that. And I'm sure eventually it will get tired for me. It's probably already exhausting for her, but today is not that day, so we'll continue. Caitlin has been doing amazing work at Xbox in the hardware space for years now. And launching the Xbox Adaptive Controller was great, but the team has continued to invest in doing new and innovative things in terms of input for the Xbox. So I'm incredibly happy today to have Dr. Jones come up and tell us all of the latest updates. Caitlin, welcome.
Hello. Hello. Oh, is it on? It's on. Okay, sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Caitlin Jones. I'm a senior accessibility product manager over on the gaming accessibility team at Xbox, and I'm super excited to be here today. And I'll be talking a little bit about some of the latest developments that have come out of Xbox over the past few months on both the physical hardware side, and then I'll also touch on a few of our platform accessibility settings around input. So like I mentioned, platform settings first, some new features and supports that have come out. I'll talk about our new adaptive thumbstick topper program that we launched this past August. And then I'll dive into the Xbox adaptive joystick that we also announced recently and some of the development story behind that device. So for these quick updates, I'm going to breeze through them kind of news update style. Ian already stole my thunder on a few of them by mentioning them in the news update. It's cool. But I do have two asks for y'all as I do breeze through these. So first for, the players and the advocates in the room and those who are watching online, Eric just talked a lot about different communities who are using gaming or maybe wanting to, but discoverability and awareness of what's out there in the accessibility space is, I think, something that we need to improve upon. And, when somebody's not aware of a feature or support, they obviously can't use it because they don't know it exists. So please help spread the word to your communities, especially if you are part of communities not typically in the gaming spaces that are looking, through a lot of these channels. And of course, reach out to us, provide feedback on what we can do better and how we can improve. And for the game developers in the room and online, platform features are great. I'm so thankful that we have them. They will never be as powerful or effective as a setting or support that's specific to your title, one that really addresses the individual and specific mechanics and challenges that your title poses players. So these platform settings are a great catch-all and they are used by a lot of people. Please, also think about ways that you can implement some of these things and more into your own titles to provide an even better experience for players. This is the one Ian already talked about. It's still fine. But we did, this past May, release a new firmware update for the Xbox Adaptive Controller. It expands the number of buttons for devices plugged into the USB port of it. So we used to support 8, it now supports 12. It also supports a hat switch and then up to 2 sticks in a single device into the one port on either side. Toggle holds as well. Very excited for this one. Similar to sticky keys on a keyboard, for any mechanics that are difficult, maybe pressing a button, holding a button for a prolonged period can be difficult for players. So the ability to press it once, have it stay held down, press it again, and it releases. And these are available for both any of the ports and buttons on the adaptive controller, but also on our Xbox Elite controllers as well. But this one is new that I didn't tell Ian about, so I can talk about it first. It's very new. It is just now rolling out through some of our insider preview rings, and over the next month or so, it'll be available to GA. So very, very new. But one of them is actually mapping a hat switch to stick movement. So I can't tell you, and Eric talked a lot about this as well, but how many times when we're doing adaptive setups, and it's really difficult when a player does not have the mobility to control two different sticks, both character and camera movement with one hand or one body part. It's a very big challenge, those dual stick games. So while this isn't a perfect solution, what you can do now is if you have a large flight stick device like the Logitech Flight Stick, you can actually map that hat switch as your other stick. So I have a video here, and it is the Logitech 3D Pro Flight Stick. It's connected to an adaptive controller. I'm playing Minecraft in it, and I basically have, what is it? Let's see. So character movement using the D-pad on the flight stick, and then camera movement using the entire articulating range of the flight stick itself, essentially giving you two sticks in a single movement or a single device. I think there are probably other and better devices, especially for folks who don't have as much strength to use a device like this, but at least know that this is now an option for other devices out there that you might be able to do this with. The other new one, mapping thumbstick cardinals to buttons. So essentially what this is we hear feedback that not everyone can isolate specific button presses and hit them. Sometimes it's easier to just like karate chop a joystick into a direction, and the direction that the joystick moves, whether it's up, down, left, right, is mapped to a button of your choice. So you can now do that again on both the adaptive controller and then also on our Elite controller for the thumbsticks on that controller, and then also any joystick device that is attached to the Xbox adaptive controller. And this might look like, somebody is they're playing a 2D side scroller game and they have a hard time reaching around to the buttons and the bumpers and triggers on an Elite controller. Maybe they map that right stick to the bumpers and triggers and can easily go back and forth between ABXY and the right thumbstick. Or like I mentioned earlier, having like a large joystick and using a foot or a larger body part if you need to kind of hit it in different directions to have it hit whatever those buttons that you assign it to. And then finally, and this one I'm very, very excited for, the ability to map thumbstick to mouse. Same with the Elite thumbsticks, and then also any devices plugged into the adaptive controller. But essentially what you can do, and I have a video showing the remapping UI for the adaptive controller, is you create a new profile, choose the name of the profile, you select either the right or left stick in the adaptive controller remapping UI, and you can now choose from 3 different options. It can function as a stick, it can function as a mouse, or like I mentioned, it can function as a button with the 4 cardinal directions. This is really great for, maybe players who prefer gamepad or controller form factor. It's more accessible to them, but their PC games aren't really playing nicely with gamepad form factors. You can now use controller as mouse and keyboard input. The game won't know otherwise. But what I am most excited for is being able to use your adaptive setup just to control your Windows OS and interact with your computer that way for productivity or fun or whatever you want to do. So I have another video here, and I just have a large joystick. It's plugged into my Xbox adaptive controller, and it's mapped as mouse cursor movement. And then I have the large button on the right side of the adaptive controller mapped as right mouse click. And I took this, I had just finished remapping it, I removed it from my console, I plugged it into my PC, and it just immediately started working as mouse cursor and right click movement. So very excited for some of the opportunities here and being able to, again, use your adaptive setups for more than just gaming on PC scenarios. Okay, let's talk about hardware. So as I mentioned, this past August, we released a program called the Adaptive Thumbstick Toppers. And essentially what this is if you go to the Xbox Design Lab website, and that's typically where you can customize your controllers, you can pick cool colors and shapes, not shapes, you can pick cool colors and designs and that sort of thing. But there is now a new section on that website where you can actually customize 3D printable toppers that attach to your thumbstick to ideally make them more comfortable, larger, just build up the grips on them to aid in whatever kind of adaptive setup that you need. So there are options for, again, the Elite controllers, our standard Series X and S controllers, and also the Xbox adaptive joystick when it comes out. And the way that it works is you are presented with, wow, that played fast, 6 different shapes. So there's like a sort of a bowl, shallow bowl that is ideal for using your chin, that sort of thing. There's a dome, mushroom topper kind of shape. There's a large cylindrical one, an indented one that looks kind of like a cup. There's a golf ball shaped one, and then even a custom threaded one, which actually lets you take moldable plastics, thermoplastic material, splinting material like Eric was talking about, and attach it right to this custom threaded topper, and it'll hold on to it really well, and you can make any shape that you want. You can mold it to somebody's hand that way. And after you select your shape, oh no. Okay, we're good. After you select your shape, you can then customize the width and the height of that topper. So using just simple sliders, you can, again, make it taller, you can make it wider, any way that you'd like to customize it. There are preset sizes that you can choose from across that sliding scale, and the website will actually show you a real-time render of what that new shape and size will look like on the controller that you're making it for. The best part is when you're done with that, it will just print you out a free 3D printable file, completely free. It's complimentary. You can make and print as many as you want and take that either to, a 3D printer if you have access to one, a 3D printing service, that sort of thing, and trial different topper shapes and sizes that may aid in how you use a standard controller or the adaptive joystick. And the background on this one, as with some other great devices, it started off as a hackathon project, and it was the baby of a PM and the hardware organization. His name is Jürgen. And I think initially when they were doing the hackathon project, they wanted to explore ways that 3D printing can be sort of like an incubator testing thing. We know a lot of players, you don't always know exactly what's going to work for you or what you need until you actually have it in your hand and you're using it and you're manipulating it. And it can be really difficult and cost prohibitive to have to decide on a form factor that's pre-made, injection molded, have it sent to your house. You're very excited just to find out that it's actually not that comfortable or it doesn't meet your mobility needs. So they were just generally looking at how 3D printed designs can be a much more cost-effective way to adapt different aspects of gaming and technology. And from there, we started collaborating with different hospitals and maker groups, asking them about the types of adaptive topper shapes that they were creating, what worked best, what did players like the best, and then of course working with players themselves to finalize some of the designs. And I think what was really interesting is we did get questions from some of our leadership where they were just confused why they were doing this, not in a rude way or a disapproving way. They were just genuinely curious because obviously 3D printing is not a new concept. Neither are thumbstick toppers. Both of those things exist. They've been around for a really long time. But what we were eventually trying to do is address some of the gaps in discoverability and awareness of 3D printed solutions. Having to talk about how not everybody is part of the maker community. Like not everyone scrolls through Thingiverse on a Friday night for fun like I do. There are certainly people who would highly benefit from these types of solutions, but until it is easily discoverable on a website like Xbox Design Lab, they might not know that these are available to them. And then on top of that, we also obviously know not everyone knows how to 3D model, how to customize the width and the height of existing shapes that are out there. So by implementing a very simple sliding model, hopefully expanding the reach of what some of these things could do for players. And then finally, the Xbox Adaptive Joystick. So this we also announced this past August at Gamescom. While there is no release or firm release date yet, I can assure you it will be coming in early 2025. It is a small white, it's kind of a Wii nunchuck type form factor. There's the 2 buttons on the front of it, similar to the Wii nunchuck, but then there's also 4 face buttons right underneath the thumbstick. So there's 6 buttons total. It is intended to be a companion for both the Xbox Adaptive Controller, but then also just generally Xbox controllers in general. You can you can use Xbox Controller Assist, formerly Xbox Copilot, and link it with a standard and elite controller and use it that way. It'll retail for $29.99 online at the Microsoft Store. And I think one of the big things with this is we wanted to make sure that we weren't requiring people to have or use an Xbox Adaptive Controller to use this device. So like I mentioned, it will connect direct to PC or console, no Xbox Adaptive Controller needed. So for anyone who wants to use it in that way, it is a wired device only. And I think some of the benefits of that is, there's no battery and there's no Bluetooth module, which just decreases weight and cost for our players. So the inception for this was really to address feedback from the disability community that it was really difficult to find affordable joysticks for the Xbox Adaptive Controller. And through chatting with the community and just internally, some of the early goals that we established for this product was one, of course, around cost and being as cost conscious as possible. We know that's very, very important. The other one was that it was an ambidextrous device. We weren't limiting players if they were right-handed or left-handed. It was something that anybody could use in that way. They also really wanted to see more buttons than what the PDP one-handed joystick had, which is just the 2 on the front. And then finally, it was part of the Xbox family. And Chris Kujawski, who is the designer on both this device and the Xbox Adaptive Controller, he always does a really wonderful job of making these devices look amazing. But we know that it's important that our assistive technology doesn't look othering. It doesn't look like a children's toy. It looks cool and part of the Xbox family. So that was something that was important to us as well. And I think he did a really awesome job, as he always does with that. These are some pictures from Chris that he took in his garage as he was designing the early concepts for it. And some of them are he calls them primitive. They're just truly like a tube, a cylindrical tube. And then over time, he would polish them, add buttons, give them more ergonomic shapes and designs and that sort of thing until we eventually got to something that actually looked like a one-handed joystick or nunchuck. And as we were going through this design process, we had a lot of design considerations to make. It was very difficult at times, but one of our grounding mantras, as it always is and should be, was nothing about us without us. So from the initial feedback phase and giving us the idea for wanting to pursue something like that with that form factor, to taking these really early polyjet, just a hunk of plastic really where the buttons and the joystick don't even move. We would actually take them to local hospitals, to just different players who lived in the local community, and just have them give us feedback on things like the size of it, how long should the handle be, the width of it, the circumference of it, where should the buttons be placed, and that sort of thing. So it was very much an end-to-end. We are constantly trying to bring this into the hands of people, or maybe they don't have hands, and get as much feedback as possible in that way. And then some of the other design considerations, the number of buttons. In trying to build a design that was truly ambidextrous, it became really difficult to know where those additional buttons should actually be placed. When you think about something like the Elite controller, it has the paddles on the bottom, but if we were to do some buttons on the side of the device, obviously you would inherently hit them if you are either right or left-handed if they were on the opposite side. So it was a challenge just trying to figure out the best way to do this. there's an image on here and it shows some of the earlier models, and instead of 4 individual circular buttons, which is the final design on the device, kind of like an ABXY shape, some of the early ones had a D-pad on them instead. And we thought about that a lot because a D-pad would kind of make sense, but we also wanted to think about just some of the cognitive barriers and player interactions. We knew that a lot of people wouldn't be mapping these 4 buttons to be a D-pad. They might be mapping them to ABXY or any other button that they might need for their game. So we ultimately decided to make them 4 separate individual buttons. Some of the other feedback that we got early on was the 2 front buttons. We originally they were completely smooth. They didn't have any texture on them. And we got feedback from players that it was difficult to tell the difference between the upper and lower button. So we added some texture onto the bottom button. So even though you couldn't see where your finger was placed, if you had any kind of diminished sensation, you can feel tactily the difference between those 2, so you're not accidentally activating the one that you don't want to activate. And then even down to the iconography or the labels on those buttons. So they're not pre-labeled with any of our current Xbox naming terminologies or buttons. They're actually X1 through X6. And that's what you see on the buttons themselves. It's X1, X2, X3, X4 on the 4 front buttons. And we, again, wanted to consider the fact that people were going to be highly customizing this device and mapping those buttons to a variety of different things. So to pre-establish that this is ABXY by printing that on the label was not something that we wanted to introduce from a cognitive barrier, having to do that translation perspective for anyone that did find it distracting. But we also needed some kind of name on them so we can refer to them in the remapping user interface. One of the questions that I get asked a lot about this device is why a handheld form factor? Why didn't you create sort of like a large tabletop joystick like some of the Warfighter sticks and that sort of thing? And I honestly thought the same thing to myself in early development because I work with so many players who do prefer those large base joystick devices where they have a lot of gross motor movement, and having something with a large base that sits flat on a tabletop is actually the ideal solution for them. But we ended up kind of coming up with not a compromise, but just a way to have the device function in 2 ways. And that was adding a 1/4-20 threaded mount onto the bottom of the device. So for anyone not familiar, that's the same size as a typical camera tripod that you would mount a camera on a mount to. There is one of those on the bottom of the device. So for anyone who does want to use it in a handheld way, they can. It has that nice ergonomic handheld form factor. But if they want to mount it in space, they don't want to hold the weight of it, or they want to use it with a foot or an elbow or another body part, they can also mount it very sturdily and use it that way as well. I think one of the most different and challenging things about working in the hardware space as opposed to the software space is there's very little flexibility. At some point, you have to lock the design. There can only be as many buttons as you choose during that period in time. You can't add more buttons after you're already manufacturing the device. There can only be one shape, one size, one length. And eventually you have to come to terms with whatever decisions you make for that. So that was always very difficult, but I think there is a really, really beautiful way that software and firmware can come together in a nice marriage with hardware and try to mitigate some of those maybe hardware decisions that weren't necessarily the best for every single one of our players, given how many different needs that our players have. So I fully anticipate a lot of folks, and we've already seen it, to use the adaptive joystick again with their foot and not actually press any of the buttons at all. So what we made sure was that you can unmap those 4 buttons on the face, any of the buttons if you wanted to. But so if you are using it in non-traditional ways, you're not using it as a handheld device, you're not accidentally pressing those buttons, you can essentially turn them off. We also wanted to, of course, make sure that it had full Xbox accessories app support. You can remap and customize all of the buttons on the device. You can use Xbox Controller Assist, the shift function, and we also created a very specific new aspect of the remapping UI for the adaptive controller that clearly labels all of the buttons on this joystick device, the X1 through X6, and also the stick. So you can visually see what those functions are and remap them in the context of your full adaptive setup profile. And of course, like I mentioned, we wanted to make sure that the adaptive controller was not a requirement. So we have the same sort of similar remapping and remappability as with our other controllers, but with the adaptive joystick. So I have an image on screen and it shows the remapping UI for when the joystick is connected directly to your console or PC, and there's just lines coming out from each of the buttons and controls on it where you can remap them. So at the end of the day, you know, when we're creating accessible devices, but also just any device, we know that you need to think about accessibility from end to end. So during the design and development, constantly bringing our proof of concepts and our prototypes and then our early development models out to the community and getting feedback to keep iterating on it. But also some of those later things, the packaging. There's nothing worse than being really excited to get your device home and then you can't even unbox it yourself because it's just in a vacuum seal or there's so much tape on it, it's impossible to get off. So the packaging team, they always do a really, really amazing job. They did it with the adaptive controller. They also have a lot of accessible elements in the adaptive joystick packaging as well. Also your marketing. You know, we need to make sure that one, our marketing materials are accessible, but also accurately reflective of the types of players who might be using this device, so folks at home can get a true understanding of what the device or the setting or the feature or the game actually does, so they can make an informed purchase decision. So when your marketing materials are, you know, very much like romanticized and you know, just not super telling of what the product does, it's really not helping anyone. So it was important to us to show off the product in a nice way, but also of course feature actual users and players who might want to purchase this device and them interacting with it, so potential customers can get a true perspective on what this device actually does. And then last but not least, of course, our support documentation, going back to all of those other things that I just talked about, having really, really crisp materials, factoring in like, what is the actuation force to hit the buttons? Is that something that a player can look up so they know whether that pressure is too much for them? That sort of thing. So, you know, as we go through this journey, it's becoming easier and easier, which is super exciting, to ensure that accessibility is really thought about and embedded from the entire end-to-end process. And as we see it through, even after it goes out the door, we are factoring in sustaining plans to keep the devices working, keep adding new features to them, and that sort of thing. So that is all I have for you. Thank you all so much. And before I pass the mic back to Tara, I feel like every conference she does this thing where she like goes around and thanks everybody, rightfully so. But before she goes and thanks everybody else, can we please get a huge round of applause for Tara and Ian for putting on the conference?
Don't walk away with your mic though. Don't walk away with your mic. Give it back to the AP guy. Well, first off, thank you, Caitlin, for thanking me. I do that thing where I thank everyone. I'm not quite there yet, but I will be shortly. But one of the things that I absolutely love about the Xbox hardware team, and we got to see today, was the amount of iteration and care and collaboration designing with the community to make sure that they could use it and that it fit their needs. Even the fact that you can do something as simple as unmap buttons is incredibly huge deal. It opens up so many more options on how to use the adaptive joystick. And again, considering that you can use the adaptive joystick as a standalone device or that you can use it with your existing Xbox adaptive controller is really great. And of course, as Caitlin already highlighted, the impact in the end-to-end experience of creating an accessible product literally from opening the packaging. It shows a true investment and care for the community. It's that level of polish that lets disabled players know that they're welcome. When you deliver something that's only 80% of the way there, they really feel, and it makes that additional 20% that wasn't quite made for them stand out even more. And so I think we all can learn a lot from Microsoft and what they've been doing in crafting that true considered experience for all of our disabled players. So let's give Caitlin another round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Jones. And with that, it's time for the closing remarks for this conference. It takes a lot of effort to put on these events, and it actually takes a whole slew of people. And so I am going to do the thing where I start thanking everyone. Thanks, Caitlin. And so I actually wanted to first off start with the Archer Hotel and their staff, and specifically the manager, Alyssa Abdi. We have had a great partnership with them, from them being able to help provide us a really great experience in getting us the things that we need, getting the space, helping making sure that the space is welcoming and accessible, but also just doing a great job of creating a accessible experience for the guests anyways. Like, they provide sensory bags at the front desk. We didn't ask them to do that. Like, they were just already invested in creating an accessible and welcoming space. There's a reason that we've had it here at the Archer Hotel for 3 years in a row, and it's because they make it so easy for us to put together this event. So I want to thank everyone at the Archer Hotel, but also their partner, Pinnacle Live, who does all of the AV support. So I want to thank Kyle Thornburg here for literally killing it. He literally kept track of the schedule better than I did. So let's give a round of applause for Kyle. Thank you, Kyle. And of course, it also takes other people. We are very lucky to continue working with our ASL providers. We've actually been using partners in communication for ASL for our events since our very first gay accessibility conference 7 years ago. They are fantastic. We love working with them. So let's give a round of applause for partners in communication and our amazing interpreter staff. And of course, another thing that's really important to us, but also, trying out a new company is always scary. So this year we had to find a new captioning provider, and we have been working with Caption Pros, who have absolutely delivered for our live captions for the conference today. So again, let's give another round of applause for Caption Pros and all of the great work that they've been doing. And we also have to have more captioning because we work to caption our pre-recorded videos and our edited videos as well. And we actually start getting those talks captioned as soon as they are sent to us by the speakers. So I'm really excited to announce that by partnering with Subtrend, our VOD caption provider, we actually already have 9 of the pre-recorded talks live for you to be able to watch right now, and they've all been pinned in the Discord. So, again, thank you to Subtrend for they work faster than we do. We are constantly blocking them. I cannot edit stuff fast enough, but those videos are already there live, and Ian's already put them in the Discord. Of course, we spend money on more things, like I just listed a lot more, but we also are spending money on our amazing photographer, Travis from Last Light Photography, and things that you're gonna get to have at the reception. And because of that, I really wanna emphasize, we work on our sponsorships and even individual donations to put this event on. It's incredibly important to us that we show that you can be a small scale event in the grand scheme of things and still deliver captioning, interpreters, a quiet room, that it can be done, and we do it with our sponsors. So I first, again, want to give a huge thank you to our gold sponsors of Sony Interactive Entertainment and Xbox. Please let's give them a round of applause. And of course, we also have our silver sponsors who are Riot Games, Rockstar, Netflix, and Ubisoft. So a round of applause for our silver sponsors. And then finally, our bronze sponsors, who are Electronic Arts, Player Research, Reed Speaker, Shara, Bungie, and Scopely. So a round of applause for our bronze sponsors. Now, of course, in addition to a lot of money and a lot of logistics, there's a lot of people who are involved in making this conference happen. So I also want to give a thank you to our volunteers and staff, because literally without them, like, this wouldn't happen. So a huge round of applause to all of our volunteers. Michael's hiding outside the door, but he's there. I especially want to give a huge, mostly thank you, because you roped me into this, to my co-founder and co-director of the Game Accessibility Conference, who's been joining us remotely. Ian does so much of the work behind the scenes. Like, you guys see me up here talking, but like, Ian is the one who is getting shit done. Just being completely honest. So please, let's give a huge, huge thank you to the co-director of the Game Accessibility Conference, Ian Hamilton. All right, now on to the fun closing parts. So, after the closing, we always have our reception, and I'm really excited to share with you that again today at the reception, that we have fresh Battenberg cake baked by local baker Tressa's Bakery, and I'm incredibly excited. And I know some of you who have been to multiple conferences, you're like, yes, Battenberg cake. And then for a bunch of other folk, you are like, what is Battenberg cake and why are we excited about it? So the first year that we had a fully remote game accessibility conference, it was actually one of our EU editions. It started with Dr. Amy Kavanaugh posting in the Food Channel that she was craving Battenberg, or she was buying Battenberg, something about Battenberg. And I proceeded to ask in the Food Channel, what is Battenberg? And there were two things that happened. Number one, so I'm an English dual citizen. The first response I got was, citizenship revoked, how dare you? And the second was, you really have no idea what we're talking about. And I'm like, absolutely not. And so they proceeded to explain the beauty of this sponge cake with jam and marzipan to me. And I'm like, oh my God, I need this. Well, that kicked off the Food Channel having literally a 5-hour discussion about Battenberg that resulted in people going out and buying Battenberg, people making Battenberg from scratch, people going out and getting like the Little Debbie version of Battenberg, which is Mr. Kipling, by the way. And it became a thing. Like, the Food Channel the next day was filled with pictures of Battenberg. And then when the next one rolled around, they were like, well, we're doing it again. Battenberg is great. And then it just kind of became a thing. And then when we returned to in-person, we got a baker to make us Battenberg. And then there's a Battenberg emoji. And so now it's just our unofficial conference dessert, mascot. I don't even know. And so we are continuing the tradition of just serving Battenberg. So you will have some Battenberg at the reception, along with some various drinks, sodas, and mocktails. And actually something that's very special to me. Because I am not a busy person and I don't do too many things, I decided it would be fun to have a side job of working at a local microbrewery, Big Block Brewing. And I'm really excited that we managed to partner with the Archer to actually get some of Big Block Brewing's beer here for the reception today. So you will also get to taste my other hobby / actual job, because I guess the ADHD goes hard. I got to keep moving. I got to keep moving. So I'm really excited that all of you will be able to try that. So I do need to do another round of thanks, but I made a very specific note because Ross told Jenna to remind me not to forget, because I always forget. So the reception actually starts at 5 o'clock, so you will have a nice break where you can go, freshen up, drop your things off, whatever, so you don't feel rushed. Or you're, of course, free to wander over there early, but the reception doesn't officially start until 5, so you can have a little break. Now, the other thing that's important to think is everyone who came in person and all of you watching online. So I'm going to do this super cool move. Oh, thank you, everyone who attended. You are amazing. You are fantastic. I love that you're here. And just see Travis behind me take the photo. I wasn't ready. Oh, now my face is red. I'm gonna minimize that. No one needs to see that. But again, I want to thank you all so much for taking the time to come here, to learn, to be here, because it really means a lot. You know, me, Ian, Max, who is my husband, who just got roped into this. We put in so much work to put on this event every year, and we can only keep doing it because people like you actually show up. And so that means a lot. So thank you so much for coming to yet another edition of the Game Accessibility Conference. You are amazing. Thank you so much. And I hope you have a fantastic time at the reception. Thank you.